Volya Radio. Slava Ukraini!
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a great day. What happened here? There we go. I must have clicked in the wrong spot. Hello, Smokey. How are you?
I am doing well and happy to be sitting in for the regulars tonight.
Yeah, I don't know
But
where Will is.
I'll be about.
Will be about, and I'm sure he will. If I was Canadian, that would be a boot. However, I'm not. Well, I am Canadian, but I learned how to say about correctly.
I wonder if having a great grandmother born in Canada would be enough to get me in.
Great grandmother, I'm not sure. Grandparent, possibly.
Yeah, probably not.
Parent, yes. Depending on the year. Anyway, let's go ahead and do a timestamp. And yes, it would totally depend on the year as far as yeah. And I don't remember all of the ins and outs of the year. What I know is I qualified, and that's what mattered. So let's go ahead and do a timestamp today. If I can find what I'm looking for. Well, it is Friday, January 23rd in part of the world, but not all of the world. So we're going to check out what time it is where. And I think Will is in a position to stuff the nest. Maybe.
Nope, not working. Probably going to have to come up to host first.
All right. At least I see you as speaker now. It may just take a minute to sync all of the stuff. Anyway, let's go and look at what time it is where. In Bully Hole Bottom, UK, it is 4:02 a.m. And in Gavlebacken, Sweden, it is 5:02 a.m. And I do miss the Yule goat, I do have to say. In Ukraine, in Pupke, also known as Belly Button, it is 6:02 a.m. In Hangover Bay, in the Workers' Paradise of Western Australia, it is 12:02 p.m. And on the Kinki Expressway in the Osaka, Japan area, it is 1:02 p.m. And then in that place that's just really not quite on, they are perhaps a little peculiar. So we'll go for Peculiar Knob. They're 2:33 p.m. Half an hour, guys. You guys are really weird. And in Spanker Knob, since we'll just go with the knobs next, then it is 3:03 p.m. They're in Australia. In Heart's Content, because you got to every now and then give them a nice one. Heart's Content, Newfoundland and Labrador, it is 12:33 a.m. Then we're going to go back to Thursday, January 22nd. We're in Colon, Michigan. You can not forget to get your colonoscopy if you're above a certain age. It is at 11:03 p.m. there. And in Woody, Illinois, it is 10:03 p.m. And in Devil's Tower, Wyoming, it is 9:03 p.m. And in the at the famous Market Theater Gumwall in Seattle, Washington, it is 8:04 p.m. I decided that was peculiar enough to be on the list. I kind of like it. And then in Coldfoot, Alaska, it is 7:04 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house. Oh, I have Will but lost Smokey. What on earth happened here? That's not good. Do I even have Will?
Yeah, but I'm stuffing.
Okay.
I see he's requested. I'll add him as speaker.
I got him. So yeah.
Right. I'm gonna be stuffing for a couple of minutes yet. It's hard to get all the ads up there.
I know.
I'm not sure what happened, but I went ahead, I checked my settings and it looked like I had both my cellular and my network connection to the internet going. So I turned one of them off and hopefully that will stabilize things.
Alrighty. Well, I have finished the timestamp, but you know, in the Pacific Northwest here, we have that famous wall that I have decided belongs in my list. The
The
famous
gum
gum
wall,
wall. The
the
gum
gum wall
wall.
definitely belongs in the list. And it is one of the singular most revolting things I think I have ever seen. It, it's indescribable. Um,
Go to Seattle to put gum on a wall. There you go.
that talk about, that's got to be one strange bucket list. I'll tell you right there. But yeah, so Will, thank you for inviting me to join you for not just 2, but 3 hours of raving with you and over such silly and nonsensical things as we can find the Russians have been doing, as well as, of course, the regular news and what's going on elsewhere that is relevant to what's happening in Ukraine. The, the 2 major things that I saw today were first Zelensky telling the EU leadership in their faces what for, basically telling them to get off their duffs and actually do what they keep on talking about. Followed up by, within a few hours, sudden news that France decided to seize a tanker, Russian tanker, off the coast of Spain. So, it seems like somebody's listening because it seems that very shortly after Zelensky had gotten done with his speech, some message might have gone out. But well, generally, though, operations like that don't necessarily happen, on the fly. So somebody was ready to go, and part of me wonders
Yeah, in
whether
in in fact, that seizure took place 4 hours before Zelensky's speech.
ah, okay, well,
But he
and
probably had a pre-release copy of the speech.
wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me at all. But
But as
yeah,
you say, those are dangerous operations in and of themselves, and they get planned for quite a while by professional armies. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if um, that uh, France was identifying and planning to do that seizure for a week or more. Wouldn't surprise me at all, because as we've said, since the United States started seizing tankers carrying Venezuelan and Iranian crude, and specifically gave the reason because they were determined to be stateless. It's open season on stateless tankers, many of
yep,
which are what's in the Russian shadow fleet. So well done.
yep. Well, it's also the way I figure it. It's also $40 million taken out of Putin's pocket and put into Macron's, who will, I'm sure, put it to much better use than Putin was going to. And further along with that, there is continuing noise about the steady degeneration of the Russian economy. I think I read, what was it, a couple of days ago, that uh, December withdrawals from Russian banks reached an all-time high. Something like people pulled something like a full trillion rubles out of their the people who could pulled about 1 trillion rubles out of various Russian banks. And Russian banks are definitely going through what amounts to heart seizure at this point, and being kept alive only by the fact that the Kremlin continues applying a defibrillator to it. But as we
And
know,
and that acceleration of withdrawals comes because after the 1st of January, of course, the controls on bank account withdrawals, where Russia quote unquote suspects any fraud or illegal activity,
quote
they're
unquote,
using that as a cover to restrict people's withdrawals of more than 50,000 rubles, I believe it is, which is not a lot of money from an ATM. If you try to do more than that or a transfer larger than that, they will lock down your account and you have to justify your existence. So once people can make withdrawals, I think they're probably withdrawing more than they otherwise would, and they're starting to store Russian cash at home when in fact we've known for more than a year that Russians have been storing dollars and euros at home. And what we're looking for now as a signal of massive chaos inside Russia is a rise. Now, we probably won't hear the statistic because they no longer publish these statistics either. Otherwise, but a rise in the number of home break-ins and robberies will probably occur as people start to try to, break the bank that's at home for a lot of people these days.
Well, the other thing also that I recall is that the number of rubles and the money supply has, as we talked about, oh, Godfrey, almost 6 months ago, has gone up to the point where there's something like 24 trillion rubles in circulation. So there's going to be, at some point, there's going to be some trigger. I don't know what it will be. I don't know how soon it will be, but we'll be looking at some point people finding they are unable to buy something. Fill in the blank. It might be petrol. It might be potatoes. It might be, I don't know, something else. Cell service.
I'll tell you what it is from a conversation I had literally yesterday. From November to yesterday, the price of coffee has gone up 50%. So what was $20 bag of coffee a month ago, or in end of November, is now a $30 bag. Now it's not actually that because it's more than that, but it's gone up. Coffee has gone up 50%. Now that to folks in Seattle and Portland and other parts of here in Australia, that would be a cause for crisis. But so
Yeah.
what we're seeing is you're right. The liquidity is being increased by the Russian government because it's one of the only means they have to keep the economy going. They are that also trying to capture more money with the increasing VAT rate and the lowering of the threshold for reporting under VAT. People are abandoning small shops, and Russia's now trying to ramp up the penalties on people who are trading, who are individual entrepreneurs, which they consider illegal trading, and that is it's driving things underground like it always does, but it's absolutely creating a significant rise in inflation because if you're paying 22% VAT, a 2% rise in VAT, because it applies to all the fuel, all the maintenance, everything that brings a product to you and the product itself, the input costs, the inflation rise is significantly greater than just the 2% VAT.
One of the things that I'm just bemused by and do not understand is how it is that the ruble is still trading so strongly against other currencies. I really just don't get that.
The answer is they've been supporting the ruble, keeping it powerful for a while. That's the next thing that the Russian government could do is devalue the ruble heavily, they've been keeping that strong so that they could make this pretense that the Russian economy is strong and that people need not worry about what they call a minor rise in inflation. But the truth is they've been using up all their capital in their national wealth fund. This is why they're down to very little gold. They've literally moved hundreds of tons of gold that we now find out of the National Wealth Fund in the last several months. And, that is added to the lack of liquid dollars and euros that they haven't had. My contention is since mid-July. And I think forensically, I'll be proven correct on that. But clearly the indications in the Russian economy are that they are approaching a massive liquidity problem, Jeff.
Yeah, it's today is I forget is the exchange rate for the ruble set by the government, or does the currency float? I don't recall.
It's floated, but not fully floated. It's controlled by the Russian central bank, and they intervene to buy it out of the
That's
with capital.
that's how they're keeping it up. Is that they're actually just entering the market and buying up stuff when people are starting to sell it. The other thing also that I wonder about is, maybe there's the overseas reserves of rubles are drying up. So that might be one of the other things that's keeping it up, because at some point you're going to find that there are not going to be enough rubles outside of the country necessarily to support whatever exchange of goods is going on. And that may be the point at which we might start seeing a sharper increase in inflation when that happens, as it is right now. It sounds like we're looking at almost 20% inflation month over month. Well, 10 to 15 month over month.
I'd say that's probably accurate, with an extra boost in January due to the change in VAT.
Yeah, and driving all of those small businesses out of business is not going to help. Not going to help one bit. Lexicon, you got something?
Truth is, they're not driving them all out of business. They're driving them out of formal business, and they're returning to the old system of blot that they used under the Soviet Union, where also I can tell you that services industries are also abandoning company registration.
Yeah.
And they are going underground. So here's how you get stuff done now in Russia. It's like the bad old days, and the people that I'm talking to remember the bad old days. So it's I know a guy, right? Here's how things are working. If Russia goes through periodically and does a massive wave of trying to eliminate VPNs, and they've outlawed providing instructions how to use VPNs. They have to have VPNs because, well, Dmitry Kirilev can't get his garbage out onto Twitter without it. So, certain amount of needing VPNs is available, and the technology of writing them is still available. So, they'll ban a wave of VPNs, and then people have to shift around for a few days. So to avoid doing that again, some IT professionals, your local IT professional, now might build himself or herself a local body of clients that they literally write their own VPNs for people and hand them over and maintain the list of proxies that they can use themselves as a small business for several hundred rubles a subscriber, so that they don't have to pay VAT. They're not registered as an IT consultant anymore, and they're able to maintain a very loyal clientele that now no longer wants to have to go search around for a new VPN every time they ban anything with a commercial name.
Fertile ground for Ukrainian spies, I'll tell you.
And it's happening across a bulk of industries where people used to take their car back to the dealership to have it repaired. Now they take it to their local backyard mechanic again that they know and trust, right? So I know a guy. It's the informal economy that's building up based on social networks, not social networks electronically, literally people knowing people, and the bad old days of the Soviet Union are coming back, because the Soviet Union comes as a package deal. The Russians want to reinstitute the Soviet Union. They've been rehabilitating Stalin for years. They're talking about how much better it is. They're literally going to publish and teach an economics textbook from the Soviet period of time on Stalin's teachings about the economy. Jeff, we got to get a hold of that one, because the last history book we reviewed, the history of Russia from 1945 to the present, was a real eye opener for folks here at this week in Absurdistan, and I'm sure this economics textbook is going to be as educational as and hilarious as watching Donald Trump talk about the economy. So Oh, I'm working on getting a hold of that document now, but Soviet Union comes as a package deal. If you want to try to reinstitute SMERSH and reinstitute controlled economic policy and reintroduce all the repression and social, what you're going to do is you're going to drive the population into living this dual life that people lived in the Soviet Union, where they talked a good game when they were out on the streets. But if you wanted to find out how somebody really, what they really thought, what they really meant, you had to get to know them well enough that they'd invite you home to their home, and all serious conversations take place in the kitchen of Russian homes, around that little round table that's in the corner of every kitchen in every
Mhm.
Russian home. And that's where you're going to get the real people talking about what they really think and how things are really going to get solved. And that's where we're at. So, Russia would have to bug every apartment to find out what's really going on in their society in the next 2 or 3, 4 years.
Not going to happen. Lexicon, what do you got to bring to the table for us tonight?
Hi guys. Yeah. Well, about the ruble, the thing is that that's a completely phony rate. That's that's what Russia will tell you is the rate because, or yeah, if you try to think about it, who's using rubles to buy things, or who wants rubles, who wants to buy rubles? Like virtually nobody. There's a few cases where the government can force you to use rubles, like if you're a tourist in Russia, like who's that? Then you will have to accept a certain exchange rate. If you want to get an illustration of what it might be worth as it floats, you go to just Google uh, gold to ruble, and you will see in the past it's absolutely insane. Like the price of or ruble to gold, it goes downward, and gold to ruble goes up. So it is totally crashed. Like it's going down to an infinity space. I don't know where you could buy an ounce of gold with your rubles. Well, I guess there's some markets where you can buy a gold ring, with rubles, and so they're going to charge you one hell of a lot. So, in fact, the ruble is not strong. It's just a false impression that the government points out by controlling any trades, any of those few number of trades that are made in rubles.
Yeah, makes complete sense. Um, there was another thing, tangenting from the discussion of the ruble to other economics. The raid yesterday on the facility at Taman, I saw that apparently they hit some of the piping, the terminal piping out at the wharfs.
Well, they hit three things, as you note. They struck. It looks like four of the tanks in the tank farm that serves that loading terminal. They struck multiple of the loading arms and pumping manifold that leads to the ships, an unknown amount of damage to the ships themselves, because it wasn't a single drone strike. There were multiple drone strikes across that Taman facility. The video's up in the nest, and you can see that they have gotten very, very effective at targeting things which don't appear important but really are.
Oh, that's really good news. Yeah, I enjoyed that. And the other thing also that we haven't talked about this. You guys obviously have gone over this, but that boom at the ammo depot in Donetsk,
Oh,
that was,
Debaltseva yesterday. That
yeah,
that was juicy. We haven't seen a really good one like that, since Grau went up in Bryansk.
yeah, it's been a while, and that one wasn't as big as Grau, but it was close to half a kiloton from what I can tell. So it was a
Well, and
really,
and and that volume of ammo going up that close to the front is a big deal.
yeah, very much, because that's a couple weeks at least of a supply or more. Actually, probably more like a month's worth. So it sounds like,
Plus, they declared a mass casualty event.
yeah, I'd love to find out who they had wandering around in the middle of an ammo dump like that. Well, you know what it probably was? They probably had a bunch of recruits, possibly an incoming uh, battalion unit, battalion of replacements or something like that, and they probably had them wandering around schlepping ammunition. And somebody let on to the Ukrainians that it was happening, and they capitalized on it because that would mean that whatever facilities, whatever things they were putting stuff into would also be open and vulnerable. So you've got it's a double, triple whammy. You got people moving around with exposed munitions. You've got somebody who can tell you where the stuff is, and you've got the whatever protection measures that you would normally have to try to prevent a kind of a cascading event like we saw from happening are basically turned down or not as it basically not present because you're not going to be able to move ammunition through any kind of a closed steel door or anything like that. Well, that's assuming that's actually being too generous. That's saying that they've actually been able to fortify some of that stuff, which I doubt. I really doubt. This probably was more on the order of like some of the events we saw early on where the Russians were just simply stacking rockets in piles inside of the open courtyard of a large apartment building.
My favorite is when they literally make the building out of ammo crates and then just put a roof on it.
Yeah, that's never going to end well. But this we're talking about Absurdistan at this point, and it certainly qualifies. Um, I wonder how many. I wonder if it was just entirely artillery and rockets, or whether we managed to catch some drones in that. That would be nice.
I
Actually,
don't know there. I suggest to you that was just ammunition based on the debris that was being found
yeah,
um, out around the local area. But there were additional strikes, of course. In Crimea, they struck 3 more radar stations, so that's really good feeding. Please keep moving radar and air defense into Crimea, Russia, because they love it down there, and they keep feasting on it. Once again, 3 more radar stations yesterday. They did strike a UAV storage warehouse in Kherson, uh, which is good news. Hopefully, that'll slow down the human safari down there, and then back in Donetsk, they struck a command and observation post there as well. Those are the strikes. Now, there are quite a lot of drones in the air again from Ukraine into various parts of Russia. Looks to be focusing on Krasnodar and Crimea again tonight. But we'll wait to see for a few more hours when we usually start to hear the reports of what's coming in there. So I'll keep working us through the news summary without you even knowing we're working on it, Smokey, as I've come to do with you. And thanks for sitting in to this session with Jeff gone for several weeks. But I think we might as well stop and now talk about Davos in more detail because. I certainly don't want to talk about the 2-hour session that Trump gave, full of misrepresentation, lies, and literally just thinking that you're somehow going to be successful by insulting and demeaning people across Europe. And it wasn't just him, right? Lutnick went to a dinner and insulted people economically and about immigration, causing. Just Lagarde to get up and walk out, and he was heckled during that dinner, and bad enough that they literally abandoned the dessert portion of it. And Basant has said things that are really demeaning and insulting to Europeans, which if this is what they see as being an effective way to engage with Europe, I think they're in for a surprise because Europe is as large an economy as America is, and has as much influence over the American economy as America has over the European economy, arguably even more, frankly. So his speech is just that, just lies. He confused Greenland with Iceland 4 times. He confused Belgium with Belarus. I mean, this is the least serious American government in history, frankly. But what I would like to talk about at Davos is Zelensky's speech, uh, and some other meetings and discussions that were had at Davos outside of the headline.
Zelensky was definitely on point with that speech. Yes,
And the best part about that speech is it's nearly an impromptu thing, right? It's like one that didn't have too much editing, not much polishing. He wasn't going to go to Davos. I thought that was a good idea, not going to Davos while there's a war on, and stop going to meetings where they're just going to waste your time. That should be a
hmm
rule. Stop going. And he went to the meeting, or so he went to it late, so because at the behest of Trump, so that they could have a meeting, which was essentially a nothing burger, other than I guess he agreed to supply his overpriced missiles without further delays again,
hmm
because of the weakness in the air defense right now, and Russia's actions. But he. He really did a good job, because there was not much editing of it, of you know calling out Europe in relation to its slowness, and basically this is a year ago, a Groundhog Day. We keep returning to this thing, and you could really feel his pain and the pain of the Ukrainians coming through
Yeah,
this message, based on what they're living through right now. Because I'll tell you, I'm going to have a hard time saying good morning Kiev on Saturday and Sunday, uh, because of the conditions there. Uh, uh, Shimal has said that yesterday, or right now, is the worst day for the Russian electricity in the entire, since the blackout of 2022. And
yeah,
so, and look, we've had visitors here to the space who beat us up about talking about other things, but I don't spend time talking about how bad the conditions are in Kiev and other cities. We cover it, but we then focus on things which I think are moving us toward the goal more, rather than wallowing in the suffering of people in Kiev and other places, because I can't fix those. I can't do anything about them, and they don't need me to tell them how bad it is right now. But you could hear his frustration and anguish coming through in the manner in which, and the content of that speech in Davos.
yeah. It really. I think that his showing up was really, even though it was at the behest of Trump, the way that he carried things off. I think if there is a way for him to do his job, this this was it, in terms of how he's dealing with the war, and trying to take a really strong step in the direction of getting Ukraine the resources it needs to be able to ride out this winter, and to build itself up so that it can take the fight to the Russians more in the coming months.
And the just get on with it, right?
Yeah,
The United States is out. Other people have now commented on this. Phillips O'Brien's been commenting about it. Adam Kinzinger now has agreed. Just start moving along, as just ignore Trump. Don't I haven't heard Trump's voice since he retook office. I don't listen to it.
hmm
I can read transcripts of snippets. I certainly wasn't going to listen to a 2-hour speech of his. But the just get on with it message is very, very important, and he's mirroring things we've been saying here at Volya for a long time. Just
yeah,
get on with it. Europe has the industrial capacity to switch over and crush Russia without any additional assistance from America. And you can just do things, which is another big message here. And he put it in terms like we've been talking about. You want to keep Russian vessels away from Greenland? Zelensky said they could do that for you if they were in NATO,
This,
and Greenland asked him for it. I mean, he put a good point on everything, all the major points that he said in the speech.
yeah, it's there's part of it which what he's doing is he's cutting through what I view potentially as a combination of greed and cowardice. You know, the greed comes in is that there is still a lot of sanctions busting going on, and that ramping up and intensifying the fight, you know, indirectly by proxy with Ukraine against Russia is something that there are people who feel like it's going to cost them money. So and some of them are obvious, like Orban et al. And the right wing uh, people that have taken over the parliament in Czechia.
Yeah, I mean, he did a great. It was, and it was only about 10 minutes, I think. But the content in that speech, it was jam packed full of content. That people named Victor who've been sucking sponge like off of Europe for years, but then don't want to support Ukraine, should be given a smack upside the head. And I like how he used that term, smack upside the head,
Hmm.
because other people have interpreted it, but he said it as if he didn't mean to
He
say it the way he did. Americans and Australians certainly know what a smack upside the head means.
The phrase that comes to my mind is he went ahead and he deliberately walked shod on holy ground. He came out and very
He
bluntly,
did. He went there, didn't he?
yeah, he absolutely went there. He put things out coldly and nakedly in front of people in their faces in a way that they could not turn away from. And that's one of the good things about being there at Davos is there's a lot of decision making in there, both governmental and in private and business. And he's throwing down right there, is saying you've been talking about this and doing nothing, and this is what you have wrought. This is what it looks like now. This is where we are. And you need to be reminded yet again that if we fall, we are just the first. And you're perseverating, your lack of following through and vacillating over what, what are the consequences of this if we do this? It could hurt, where your excessive attempts to do harm reduction ahead of the fact before you even know what's going to happen, you lose track of the fact that if you put enough effort into what exactly needs to be done now, that you avoid almost all of that potential in the future. So they now have a very stark choice, and it's been very. And he said he's drawn a line. He said you need to step up to this line and step over it to my side, or not, because this is where we are.
Yeah,
And
and the recognition that Ukraine is the front line of protecting Europe right now, even though they won't let them be part of Europe, and that they
yeah,
would be they do have the capabilities to deliver the protection of things like Greenland from vessels of Russia if they were part of NATO, but they're not, right? So. Stating those things openly is something we've been doing here, and I think is important for everybody to hear. And there was a lot of truth telling going on at Davos, because the tone was set a few days ago when Zelensky said he isn't going. He isn't going because there's a lot of crisis going on. There's more important things going on in Ukraine, and that he's done going to things so that people can go to get photo ops with him, right?
yes,
If you want a photo op with the leader of the free world, you're going to need to come to Kiev or wherever he's at near the front line that day. And so he set the tone there, and the discussions that were had by others that went to Davos were also very pointed and very direct, especially the people that were grouped together, the religious leaders that grouped together and got spoken to about religious repression by Russia in the occupied
yeah,
territories, and debunking the myths of Ukraine is repressing people fully, as well as the theft of children, which continues and is being openly promoted still by Russia. They've said they're going to take they're planning for another summer camp, quote unquote, summer camp for Ukrainian children in occupied areas again this summer, or spring and summer when it happens. And, that's essentially war criming.
Yeah. Russia really isn't trying to hide it anymore. One of the things that they've discovered is that they can come out with these outrageous things, and so far, all the thing that has happened is what amounts to a significant degree is a lot of hand wringing and oh dear, oh my.
But the plain speaking does cut through.
Yes.
I do not think it is a coincidence that laggards like Australia have thrown $10 million as of yesterday into the Ukrainian energy relief fund on that
Yeah.
day, right? Shaming us to get involved. The fact that he named that they won't do it, they still haven't done anything about prosecuting crimes. And
Yep.
Kaya Kallas announced 10 million euros has gone into setting up the independent tribunal. They're moving on some things that I think are not a coincidence that they were also called out on those sorts of things on the same day.
Yeah, I think that another way that I think the EU needs to step up is they need to step up in the information war. Is they need to be speaking directly to Russian propaganda and directly to uh, obstructing and pushing back against the significant social media presence that Russia has. There's a guy who I read, John Chu, who talks about botnets that are being used by various bad agents and how they've gotten into devices that you wouldn't expect in order to be able to move things around. That there is something like 3/4 of the pages that are getting the most follows, the most attention on Meta are actually driven by bots. So you've got this massive automated system of spreading disinformation. And I think one of the things that and for the safety of their own governments, one of the things that they need to do is they need to find a way to attack this network, attack this process that Russia has been very successful at. And
And they're so embedded there that trying to catch up might not be the way to do it. So my idea on this is that they need to counter this by taking some of the messages provided by Russia and turning them back on Russia. You know,
yeah,
I think it is time for Europe to collectively start saying, if we're in spheres, if we're going to live in a world of spheres of influences, like Carney said, we're either at the table or you're on the menu. Uh, Europe isn't in Russia's sphere of influence. Russia is in Europe's sphere of influence. They have 20 times the GDP manufacturing capacity.
hmm
They're a liberal democracy that everybody does better when you're in a liberal democracy and a free market economy. And that we are going to start treating Russia as NATO's been at war with Russia. Guess what, Russia? We are now. We are going to counter your bullshit. You lie on social media, we're going to start arresting people and eliminating your information networks in our country. You're going to send in drones, we're going to shoot them down and start sending drones into your country for observation purposes and start marking targets ahead of time. Start countering Russia with consequence management instead of escalation management,
yeah,
and that will form a basis of detente with Europe, with Russia, and feed right into its own fears. You are in our sphere of influence, pal.
yeah.
You're a third-rate economy just about to collapse, and you're running a second-rate military that Ukraine has half gutted. So maybe you ought to start being careful about how you act when you exert yourself overseas.
Yeah, maybe you better be careful, or we might set the Nordics and Baltics loose on you.
Yeah, I
And
mean, just start acting more assertively, but and name it. Say why you're doing it. Right? We found you interfering in our elections, so we're going to provide Ukraine with a whole bunch of additional support to
yep,
make sure that they can make long range strikes on your capability to wage war. You know,
yep,
you're starting a hybrid war for us. You're already in a hot war with our neighbor, and and so we're going to step up. The next major escalation by Russia ought to be responded to with, we're going to open up Sky Shield for the west of the country. We're not
yep.
going to put ourselves in danger of your Air Force, but we are going to assist Ukraine in making sure that your VKS can't do damage in the west of the country. And if you call that an escalation, I'll say, sorry, you opened this escalation can of worms by engaging North Koreans directly in your fight. So
Yep.
you're the people that generated a world war. We're just joining one that's already in progress. And we're coming to and this will really piss Russia off, we're coming to the aid of a sovereign nation that invited us in to assist them in defending themselves. That's what's going on factually. You can try to paint it however you want, but you're done bombing places with impunity in the west of the country.
That would be a very good first step. The other thing that comes to mind, and these once this comes under the category of just
Sorry. You
and
know why this is important right now? Because the three remaining nuclear power plants in Ukraine that Russia had said they are specifically going to target, so that they can knock them out, are in Rivne, in Ternopil, and in Odessa or near Odessa, and those would all fall under Sky Shield.
yeah, and actually, considering the risks of Russia messing with those plants, it is very much in Europe's self-interest to make sure that they remain unmolested. We already know what happened with Chernobyl, and I do not like to think what would happen if an errant Oreshnik violated the integrity of a containment vessel. Uh, and that's part of the problem, is that it might be that Russia doesn't really want to damage it, but their munitions are so unpredictable that any time that they're sending anything close to those plants, they're rolling dice, and they're doing it dangerous. It's just unbelievably dangerous and irresponsible. But those are defining characteristics of Russia right now. The other thing I'd like to see besides that is I'd like to see under the category of enforcing rules that already are in place, is the EU should be making it painful to do business with Russia. And I think there is far too much trade that's going on between the EU, or at least trade that the EU can control with Russia, that is just simply getting a wink and a look in a different direction. And that needs to stop. That just
Indeed, it does, and we need to harness the technology that's capable of making that stop. Because I don't know if you did, but I got into crypto back in 2014 just to see how it works, and the know your client requirements at that time to buy crypto, to be able to trade in banks. At some point, the government says we need to know who's doing what, right?
Yep.
You're going to need to tie these trades to an actual physical person that we can hold responsible, and
Mm-hmm.
the banks are required to do that. So know your customer, know your client things
Yep.
have been so, they're ubiquitous now amongst people who are where it's important to. So know your client requirements on sensitive technology, things that have Texas Instruments and Nvidia and things like that written on them. Really needs to step up, because this is the other point that Zelensky made, right? It's of no use having sanctions unless you are going to enforce them.
Yep. Well, hopefully France got the message, and the seizure of the tanker is the first step in that direction by at least one member of the EU. But
Well, and none of it's going to be perfect, right?
no,
None of it's going to be perfect. There's always greedy people. There's always countries that are going to be willing to help collude and get around things. So you do as much as you can. You get the 70-80% in the know your customer uh, uh, method, and then you do the other side of it, which is equally as effective. It doesn't matter how much who's going to cheat and sell you Western technology if you don't have the money to buy it. So
yeah,
cutting off Russia's capability to move any crude, any gas, any LNG, any refined product, because here again, we know we're not going to get it all, but getting a lot of it. And you can either do it through sanctions and enforcement of the sanctions, like taking the shadow fleet off the water, which is incredibly important and eliminates lots of problems other than just the oil revenue, because these are environmental time bombs that
yep,
shouldn't be allowed to be floating around. They're corrosive to the entire international maritime legislation area. So you can either do it with sanctions, or Ukraine can knock out the terminals and sink the ships. Which way would you like to go? Because we've
yeah,
got to shut off the cash.
yeah. The and heading in that direction, one of the really biggest steps in that is just simply turning the Baltic into NATO's lake, and pretty much just shutting off any kind of traffic that isn't specifically inspected and sanctioned by the West, and just really just turning the screws down very hard on that, stopping any tanker that does not have the correct flags. Stop any tanker that has crew on it that speak Russian. Uh, thinking,
And this is right. You're right, because the method by which you enforce the sanctions on the shadow fleet is methods that are available already. When a vessel is traveling through your exclusive economic zone, you have a right to inquire on specific details about it, right? And your first part of an inspection, you say, we inspected 30 tankers that went through our water today. They didn't board any of them. They do it all with radio and email and fax. You vessel is traveling through your waters or about to enter it. You say, please send me your bill of lading, all the details on your flag and your insurance to ensure that you're capable of meeting your requirements for transporting the material you're transporting, and what you're traveling. So if you do that, this is how they catch all these ships. That they check. It says, "Oh, we're this flag, we're Bahamian, whatever," and they get the details, and they actually look at them, and then they go to the registry from that country, and they say, mm, Bahamas have no record of you being on their register, so now they're generating the flags by which you can board them and and find out if they're in full compliance. The
yeah,
physical things: is the crew registered? Are they competent? Do you have all the equipment on board? Do you is the vessel certified? Or
is it,
all the other stuff that they wouldn't be able to pass
yeah,
if they don't carry proof of insurance, bill of lading, and registration details appropriately. So this can be done. Now the capacity to take these things off the water is also limited by the places in which you could seek safe harbor to arrest them, right? I'm sure Kiel Port and those don't have an unlimited amount of berths in which they could park shadow fleet vessels, but you don't need to do all 800 to 1,000 of them. They just need to demonstrate that Finland, Sweden, Poland, Germany, Denmark, Estonia, all the countries that are on the Baltic, all of them should be arresting black shadow fleet tankers when they're not in compliance, up to their capacity to arrest them. And once you start taking that many off the water, trust me, Russia will do one of two things. They'll either stop the activity, or they will have to start escorting groups of tankers with military vessels. And even that is okay with me because of the resources required to do it by Russia
Yep.
to escort militarily all of its Shadow Fleet tankers. It doesn't have the capacity to do it, and it will be counterproductive to them. So there is no downside to arresting sanctioned vessels, and there is a financial upside, actually. Did you know that, Jeff?
You're auctioning off seized vessels? Yeah, I'd say. Yeah,
Well, most importantly, if if Ukraine sinks all the ones that are empty headed back to Novorossiysk, and Europe starts arresting all that they can as they head into the Baltic, full. If you arrest them full, you take that tanker into the closest safe harbor port and hold it there, impound it until such time as it can meet all of the requirements that it is required to meet, and if it is presenting any danger of sitting there full of oil, you can take that oil off of it, put it into tanks, sell that oil, put that money into escrow, and then Russia can have that money back as and when they bring the ship up to compliance. But only after they spend new money, bring the ship up to compliance, then you can have the money back from the cargo. And what's happened on these ships that have everyone this has happened to, because the first of these was actually taken by Poland in 2019, and a second one was taken by Estonia. And the early ones that these vessels that have been arrested and impounded, what happens is there's a bit of legal argy-bargy and bullying for several months, and then it turns out that the vessel operator says, no, we're just going to abandon it. And then,
Yeah.
boom, all that oil's yours, and you can have
Yeah.
that tanker sent for scrap.
Yep. Yep. That's pretty much what I was thinking, and where I would
So
go with it.
letters of marque isn't a bad idea.
Yes. Yes. That idea right now is just so attractive to me. And we're and we're entering into a world where, well, off of the thing is that around the Straits of Malacca, in the Gulf of Aden, there already are large groups of pirates and actively operating. That's the reason that any vessels pretty much going through the Red Sea, through the Indian Ocean, that want to be safe are either one, paying off the pirates, or two, they have a security contingent on board.
Now the Somalian pirates have had largely, I don't know if they've done it recently, but they had largely stayed away from vessels which were known to be operated by Russians, because Russians had been responding militarily, and I mean militarily the way you can with pirates, meaning recapture the vessel that they've taken, capture the pirate vessel, sink it, and kill all the crew at sea. You can
Yeah.
they try and kill them at sea, because if they don't reach shore, they don't have to try them. And so that was very chilling on Somalian pirates that had been doing it. But I mean, folks that have actual ports and working things, maybe Somalia would get into it, but there would be loads of countries, not loads, but there would be a number of countries who would probably be willing to uh, have operators in their countries that would accept letters of marque by So this is the old, for people who don't know, this is the old way of dealing with things in the imperial world, where the Queen of England, or the King of England, depending on the day, or a King of Spain or whoever, they would when the imperial powers were fighting over the area in the Bahamas and in the uh, Gulf of Mexico area, that they didn't have the capability to fully extend their maritime power to those areas, but there were large amounts of, significant amounts of private operators who would go do the enforcement of embargoes and sanctions and things on behalf of the government of a recognized country by getting a letter of marque. It literally legalized a level of piracy under the banner of England, Spain, and others, so that these big powers could fight over riches of the not the Mediterranean, the Gulf area there in America, around America,
The
and
Caribbean, the Gulf.
the Caribbean. That's it. That they could fight it out in the Caribbean by proxy using essentially pirates. Sir Walter Raleigh was a big
Now,
receiver
Francis,
of letters of marque.
well, Sir Francis Drake is is probably the single most famous individual who used a letter of marque in all of his campaigns up and down the coast of South America. So that,
And this is the reason this would be legal is because these are stateless vessels. If a vessel is stateless, technically anybody who takes it over can claim it and you get it registered by a state so that it meets all the requirements. So it's not. I don't see it happening, but I've been joking about it for years because it would be one way of addressing the shadow fleet.
yep. Well, maybe somebody will hear us and actually pick up on the idea. Though I will admit, it is definitely a Pandora's box.
Oh yeah, we absolutely got, the world got out of this because of the chaos it induces.
Yeah, and the chilling effect it will have on oceanic trade for certain. Because it will mean that in order to fully assure the safety of your trade, it will have to be escorted. You will have to have a navy. So there are a couple of countries right now that might be able to manage that in the Atlantic, besides the United States, but and probably to the Mediterranean. But once you get outside of that, most other nations besides the United States, their ability to project power on the sea becomes very limited. And the way that, and with the United States pulling back, you're going to have regional powers like India that actually has a fairly substantial navy, including aircraft carriers. They may become the big dog in the Indian Ocean. Not surprising, just with that. So you'll have regional players who will have different rules that and different sensibilities about what they are interested in having or not having move through the spaces that they control. So yeah, it becomes a very expensive proposition generally, and it generally does slow down trade.
Yeah, it's chilling on trade. It's extremely cost raising for that trade, and there's a reason why the world moved away from this. But in a world where imperialism is seemingly being voiced as maybe an approach that we might want to pursue by people like Trump, and in a world where people they don't read history and learn anything from history,
Yeah,
it's sometimes you have to show them how bad it can be again.
yeah, and that's the world has benefited since the end of World War II with the deal that was struck between the United States and pretty much everybody else. That you let us, control the military and help us keep our navy with afloat with bases and shore support and stuff like that. We'll make sure that your goods get to where they're supposed to. And oh, by the way, we're also going to create a certain amount of order in the international banking system, so that we can guarantee that contracts will be honored and money will be exchanged. Now, this is one place where crypto is corrosive, and it undermines that, because it's an alternate, and it goes back to what you were saying, is that there needs to be a face and a body attached to any account that somebody who is overseeing transactions can go and put their hand on their shoulder, where say, this guy is the one who did this crypto transaction, and whatever it is, that it has to be.
Yeah, I mean, whatever is this is the huge problem right now. Not that you're using something that's basically a Ponzi scheme. I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah.
It's the transparency and accountability of it. You
Yeah.
know, there's a reason why the Trump family has increased its wealth by $4 billion since he took office over
Yeah.
this crypto thing. And it's because we don't know where we don't know who provided the money.
Yeah. We don't know
I'd
who
be
provided.
very, very worried about that if I was an American.
Believe me, we are. At least some of us are. It certainly is. It certainly is on my mind because it has completely corroded the political process in this country to where we are at the point where you have the absurdity of 2 hours of Trump in front of Davos the way he had, and barely any of the Republican Party is talking about removing him. You know, it should this if this happened pretty much anywhere else on the planet, he would have, as a leader of another country, he would have been removed, either legally or by force, one way or another, because that just simply it's he is not capable of the necessary. He does not have the necessary critical reasoning skills anymore to actually prevent it if he were not being buffered and protected by an entire cartel of people who are participating in his scheme that he has right now. It's the biggest con job the planet has ever seen, what he and the Republicans are doing right now. I'm going into politics. I need to stop.
No, fair enough. But it's that, right? The we're talking about something that applies to Ukraine because it goes to the rule of law. If we
Yeah.
cannot expect the rule of law to function in the world anymore, and if we're returning to large power imperialism, much like the Russian system, right? If it's returning to the Soviet Union, on the liberal democracy side, I think I would not normally do this, but I am in favor occasionally of generating examples of how bad it will get if we don't continue the progression toward international rule of law applying.
Yeah, I just hate the idea that we could be the poster child for it. But hopefully, we'll be able to avoid that. Hopefully, we'll be able to pull back, and somehow saner heads will get into control. One of the main things that I worry about is that somebody quote coming to the rescue unquote who is actually worse. But I digress there. But the main thing is that for circling back to Ukraine and going back to Davos, which started me off on this tirade, what needs to happen is very succinctly Europe needs to attend to its own welfare.
Yeah, correct. And you've taken us right exactly back to where I wanted to be, Davos wise. The discussions that are now taking place around Davos outside the big speeches are great. Andrei Beletsky, who was the commander who started Azov originally and started the third assault battalion, which is now the third assault brigade, which is now the third Ukrainian's third army corps, gave a very direct assessment of that. I linked to it up in the nest, where he talks about international law and the fact that Ukraine is the front line of Europe right now, and that Europe does need to lift and do all this itself, and with some urgency, because as time goes on, unless we can count on Russia collapsing this year, which is becoming a better bet, but unless you can count on it, Russia is an atrocity a day generating machine, and they will find new ways to generate atrocities during this war and escalations and problems you didn't think would even be imaginable. They will find ways to do that. And as time goes on, and the Putin regime survives in Russia, there's no guarantee. In fact, there's a possible and growing likelihood that the Trump administration will step in to save Russia, and that would be, uh, you know, horrendous for Europe. Europe needs to start openly saying we're working toward the defeat of Russia in Ukraine. They don't have to talk about Russia collapsing and whatever, but they say Russia is saying they're at war with us, so we are going to treat them as if that is the case. The front line is in Ukraine, and we are going to supply Ukraine with everything it needs to defeat Russia. Stop talking about staving off defeat. Start with the more assertive language that Russia can and will be defeated, and and do it with a level of urgency that it demands. And the plain speaking that was going on in Davos was important, because I think it also, as I said, I thought it broke free some aid before. I note that Shimhal has said that they received 50 tons of international humanitarian aid for the energy system. Norway has announced the transfer of a significant number of missiles for the NASAM systems to Ukraine. Australia's chipped in some more money for the 10 million Australian dollars, 6.8 million US dollars in current trade exchange for energy relief. And, the drumbeat of support. Lithuania has provided 2 million of electrical generators. Poland had a major fundraiser the other day. The urgency that is being delivered when people are freezing to death, because people can get their head around that pretty easily. The urgency of those deliveries need to be matched by the building out of military industrial capability in Europe to be able to counter Russia in the peace. But because we're done. There is no peace dividend, folks. There isn't. There shouldn't have been in the first place. But Europe needs to rebuild its military production capacity and the size of its militaries, and along the way to achieving a level of parity with the authoritarian adversaries in the world that will be maintained as an insurance policy, they need to build out the capability for Ukraine to defeat Russia, because air defense missiles are great, but long range strike capability to knock out the missile production factories in Russia, and the remaining capacity for Russia to raise money until it comes to the peace table is really what's necessary.
Yeah. Frankly, Europe already has sufficient military resources to deal with Russia if it decided to launch into the Baltics. There's a lot of frenzy and concern about it, but
Well,
the
they'd
fact
have
that
to move a hell of a lot around, and their
yes,
difficulty isn't in the pointy things that shoot bullets. Their difficulty
it's
is in logistical lifting capacity,
it's
which
an
is what the United States has provided to NATO primarily.
it's an organization, and that's the main thing, is that Europe has the necessary resources. It has the military resources and pointy bits right now, particularly in aircraft. Um, but what they don't have is the organization. And the thing is that even with that, they have a lot of strengths. And in the use of air power, as you've been pounding the table over uh, righteously, is they need to take the initiative. They need to, this is out of von Clausewitz, they need to capture and retain the initiative with Russia. Because so far, Russia has been dictating where and when the fight is taking place. No war has been won by a country where they have let their opponent consistently retain the initiative. So that's a cautionary tale for any of you who are leaders in Europe who are thinking about this. History is against you being passive and taking a back seat and simply reacting, because that is, in the long run, that is a losing strategy. It always has been.
And in particular, in this war, Russia's capacity to continue producing overwhelming numbers of missiles and drones will always grow in comparison to the amount of defensive systems you can put in place. We need defensive systems in the short term, but what we need to see is Ukraine to develop, field, and utilize uh, offensive systems, long range strike capability on Russia, because of their deterrent effect on Russia's behavior.
The next war's weapon systems are currently being developed and tested in Ukraine. And what really needs to, and Europe really, really needs to get on board with that. And they need to be participating with that, because if they do not, I do not think that Russia would be able to defeat Europe without breaking it apart. But they could hurt it. They could hurt it very badly, especially
And that's the other reason you don't win by sitting back and let somebody else take the initiative, because they're always going to find the ways to break up NATO, to break off America. You know, the the evil schmarmy shit they do behind the scenes, the underhanded things. If they make it a straight up fist fight, Europe's going to win easy.
Dry Fillet, welcome to the conversation. What do you got to, what corrections for me do you have?
Well, I was thinking about how you do it, because you guys are saying Europe should do this and Europe should do that, and they're frozen. I mean, they're not totally frozen, but it's insufficient.
They're moving
Initiative.
through molasses in cold weather.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right. So I've been saying for a long time, that selling the bonds is important. Okay, it's really important, but it's not just important to send a message to America, because realistically, Trump is so slow. I mean, he got the message at Davos. I mean, I've been reading a lot of accounts that he went into this stuff thinking that he'd be able to, quote, negotiate a deal over Greenland with Europe, and Europe just said, we will start selling. We really mean it. And you could see that Besant was shook, because he pretended not to be shook, but he was shook. Okay.
And they physically sent troops to Denmark, to Greenland. Doesn't matter how many, they sent
That
some
was
people.
that was just there to make it so that you're not going to get an easy walk in. But the real battle was won when the bond market started selling off again, and it did. It didn't sell off quite as hard as the first time Carney did it. It didn't have to. But here's the next phase. Here's what Europe needs to do now. Okay, they need to start selling bonds, but they need to do it in a stealth fashion. In other words, don't make it too obvious. You're not trying to convince Trump to be on the team. You'll never do that. That's never going to happen. But those are assets. They're valuable. I mean, there's money in those instruments, potentially. Okay. So if you could get out from under those, take that money that's locked up in US debt, turn it into dollars, from dollars into euros into euro bonds, and then use that as collateral to build up the defense industry and the economies of Europe. What will happen is the recession will focus itself much more intensively on the United States, much, much more intensively, because America will have to basically buy that debt. It'll make America more competitive in the export market. But I'll tell you, in a lot of places, there's been so much damage to some of the stuff we would export that I don't see that as likely to save America in the short run. It's going to take a decade for the U.S. to change the structure of its economy to be an effective export power, even with a weakened dollar, and straightening out our house of cards. But they're talking now, just in the last, I want to say in the last 48 hours, that the debt now is looking to be close to 40 trillion, really closing in on 40 trillion, because the Republican House just passed another big spending bill just in the last few hours. Okay. Hasn't gone through the Senate yet, but the Senate isn't expected to push back. Trump will sign it. The way you handcuff Trump, I mean, you can't gag him. You'd like to, but boy, I tell you, if you really just constrained their ability to borrow and use that money yourself. This is why you got to get the money out smart. You don't want to just nuke the bond market. It'll make everybody feel great, but that doesn't make Europe wealthier. What makes Europe wealthier is get out from under US debt, take that money, you still got the debt in your own currency. So go back into your currency and buy down your own debt, or use it to invest in industries in your own market. And what will happen is the employment picture in Europe will stay pretty solid, whereas America, it'll fucking it'll hit the shitters.
Yeah, I
That's
mean, and a major, Paul Krugman discussed that the other day. That very thing, that the fact is, when you're thinking about these markets, Dryfly, generally just think about bonds as the debt market, but they're debt issued by whole countries,
yes.
the countries are using that money either for long-term productive investment, or they're using it to sustain entitlements and other things inside their economy.
Here's
The
what they did. Here's why the Europeans bought
but
U.S.
let
debt.
me just finish. So what you're saying is Europe needs to stop financing consumption in America
Yes,
and start financing investment in Europe to deal with the productivity issues that they've got.
and consumption in Europe, both. You'll do both, because what will happen is when you investment. What is investment? Investment is you pay people to build factories. What does that turn out to do? That goes into wages. That goes into consumption. Okay, it always does. That's why when you and I were talking about could Russia stop this war, and not have a financial collapse? Well, in theory they could, but they'd have to know what they're doing, and they don't. And it's the same thing with
And they
Europe.
need to have a sovereign wealth fund that was full of some money.
No, they really don't. They actually they divert the money that's going there. They divert the activity that's going toward the war machine now, when it goes toward fixing trains, fixing plumbing, fixing pipes. The money still shows up in the economy, okay?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
no,
but they still need to buy stuff from overseas, and to do that, they're going
not
to need
much.
foreign
Not
currency.
I'm telling you, not much. And the same thing with Europe, cutting off dollars. You'd be shocked at how little they'd have to buy offshore. Yes, they'd have to buy things like luxury items. They'd have to buy some, but to actually start the process, really significantly start the process, Russia could do it tomorrow, just by fixing the trains and stop making tanks, start fixing the trains. Literally tomorrow. Well, Europe could do the same thing. Take those bonds, turn them into cash, buy the euro. What you do is you then turn around and you stabilize the euro, not by buying dollars against it, because that's what they've been doing. They've been using these buying US debt as a way to stabilize the euro in the forex, okay? Not let it get too strong. Well, fuck it, let it get strong. We're going to domesticate our economy, kind of like the US did in the 1960s. We didn't export near as much after like 1968 as we did prior to that. We domesticated our economy. Europe could do exactly the same thing, and they could use a lot of it instead of building trains, which they got plenty of, really. Start building tanks, start building fighters, start building interceptors. Prepare for a war, and you can cut it off in the future. You really can. That's the myth of this whole thing, that you know what, you're locked into it. You're only locked into it because special interests have become locked into it. Politically, it's hard to change it, but economically, it's not that hard to shift. If you have the right kind of leadership and the right kind of incentives. The single best incentive Europe could have would be to take the money that's invested in US treasuries and invest it into Europe. Period. Just plain turn around, and that
Or
would,
Australia.
or Australia. In Australia, do the same thing in Australia, and Europe do it in Australia, and Australia do it in Europe. But the point is,
Europe should set up a big capital fund to do rare earth production in Australia, because we have absolute shitloads that everybody's ignored because they think it'll be too expensive to get out. But compare it
yeah,
to
yeah.
Greenland.
But the whole point is, and I'll step down and let others, let you guys go at your thing. Is I've been thinking about this
No,
probably.
do carry on. Come on.
I've been thinking about this for like about a week now, watching this bond market thing go, because everybody you read about, oh my God, Europe can't do this because it's going to damage Europe. And I'm like, you guys don't understand capital flows. Yeah, it would damage Europe if Europe sold the bonds and they just stuffed them in a sack, okay, and left them sitting in Bonn, or Berlin or Paris, But that's not what they do with them. And it would also cause them problems if they didn't pay attention to the euro, okay? Because the euro could get really, really strong. Well, there are things you can do that would really, I wouldn't say mediate it, but it would make it much, much less of a problem and probably a benefit, because it allows them then with a strong euro to buy technology instead of buying US debt, buy world technology, apply it, put it to work in
Should be
Europe.
buying United States intellectual property.
Exactly, or and around the world, and I'll tell you this: stuff will go on fire sale in the U.S. If Trump, if there's a bond sell off, equities will get hit so hard there will be an absolute fire sale of U.S. intellectual property and assets like you have never seen probably in our lifetime. I mean, maybe the closest thing came during the financial crisis. But these guys aren't thinking. They're thinking like they're the second class party in this relationship. And now they're actually the first class party if they want to be.
Yeah.
And that's what I keep telling people over and over again. And Europeans, you need to talk to your Congress or your equivalent of congressman, your parliamentarian people. Talk to them, make them understand that they take that money out of the U.S. debt market and you push it into the European economy, and you use it to do things like build the weapons you say you can't afford to build, and you can. And I'll listen.
I would do all that in moderation. I mean, I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I do know that I think I'd rather be on Team Carney than I would Team Trump when we get
Oh,
into
oh, 100,
playing
oh,
those sorts of
100%.
things internationally. So I'm starting to think that it should be a requirement that a person has to have been a head of a reserve bank before being leader of a country in some cases. Uh, uh, Smokey. Here's what I want to say. Last thing on Davos, and we'll move fully back onto nuts and bolts of winning this war for Ukraine. But the last thing I say is it has nothing to do with Ukraine specifically. But if you haven't seen it, do watch all of Mark Carney's speech at Davos. It
Mhm.
was the best piece of work that I saw during the session.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I certainly hope that we do not end up with a meltdown, a bond meltdown in this country. And it just frustrates me to no end, just how arrogant Trump and Bessent have been, thinking that they have, quote, all the cards, unquote, walking around in this.
I mean, just as Dryfly said, yesterday's deal wasn't that big a deal, but it became 0.5% more expensive to buy a house in America these days as a result of that
Yeah,
move yesterday.
yeah. Well, that's
So,
that, that that's just the start. I've been watching. I've been watching my retirement investments.
and
It's not play.
right. Yeah. It's crazy. It's hard to put. So what I think that if people back out of U.S. debt, countries back out of U.S. debt, that they'll do that on the basis of moving that money out into the same asset, debt from other countries, or as Dryfly said, into other means by which they could use their capital in long-term investments in their country. But so I don't. The thing is, I don't think it is necessarily going to hurt Europe, Australia, uh, 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 anywhere, Great Britain, more than America if a trade war starts over this, essentially, because America relies on Europe every bit as much as Europe relies on America. With regard to my debt is your
Hmm.
capital, and your income, or sorry, your spending is my income. That this will play out over the next few months. But I think it's important that they do use this tool, the countries that aren't America, that they do use this tool to put a cage on the actions of Donald Trump as they lead toward more chaos, less rule of law, all the stuff that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Because with him, I want back not only the laws, the rule of law, approach to things. I also want the approach, the norms related to the implementation of that law back, so that we can move to an easier, better place too. I'm done with his racism and insults and misogyny, and there's literally nobody he won't insult over race. What you name it, he'll go there. He has no bottom, and I don't find his voice to be a valuable portion of the conversation in comparison to virtually anybody else that I can meet at this point. There is no speaker on this space that I don't value the input of more than I do Donald Trump. He's just an aberrant. He's an aberration, and I cannot wait to see the back of the guy. Nick, how are you?
Hey, good, Will. I just wanted to throw in a little observation from having to deal with this clowns for 10 years now on the national stage in my country. Whenever he says, whenever anybody says, I or we hold all the cards, that implicitly says, I am in an adversarial relationship with you, and I can dominate you. Now, that is fine if you are dealing with enemies, foes, adversaries, but not when you're dealing with allies. That it's the single most idiotic stance to take with any ally or any friend or any possible friend or any possible ally. It's moronic. It is juvenile. The Trump administration, or regime as I prefer to call it, is an aggregation of juveniles on every level. They are mostly male and entirely juvenile, and they view every interaction with any other person, because they might be, another male who might want it. It's the adversarial, the bullying, stupidity is off the charts. I am so sorry that our disinformed population reelected this clown after he tried to overthrow the government. It'll boggle my mind for the rest of my life. But again, whenever they say we're holding all the cards, they're telling you how insecure they are, and that they are juveniles who view everything adversarially. All right, enough out of me. That's it's related to Ukraine intimately, honestly. Although it feels like a sidetrack. But yes, carry on. Thank you.
Happy to let you vent briefly there in incognito, um, and certainly heartfelt here. Uh, but let's go back to Ukraine. What else have you got for
Right.
in terms of
So
Absurdistan?
With respect to that, Rutte has said that the discussions, multiple people, you can't avoid him, Nick. Multiple people had conversations with the Trump administration while they were in Davos, and all the people that walked out of those meetings reported very specific things that should clarify and hopefully help put a a boundary on what the expectations are for America. One of which was Rutte and Zelensky both talked to him about air defense missiles and other military support that's provided under the Pearl Initiative, which I'll remind you is essentially at the highest level of profit for the company. But there's no discounts at all for Europe buying these very expensive things to help Ukraine. But they have got the United States to agree in principle that the United States should provide, in principle, as much military support as Ukraine needs, especially those interceptors paid for by European and Canadians and others, I'd say, under the Pearl Initiative. So that's important. Zelensky they asked him, they pressed him on what he talked with Trump about, and he said, he talked to Trump about air defense for Ukraine. And as he would at this current time, that's the most immediate need to stop the the onslaught of Russia right now in this winter. Stubbs made a good statement. Have faith. Ukraine's going to win this war. Good. See, someone talking about winning. Ukraine winning this war. Russia has to continue the war because the war is too big for Putin to fail. That's what Dryfly was alluding
I
to a
love
little
it.
bit before, and I think Smokey, you also are an adherer to that theory that Putin basically can't afford to stop the war at this time.
Yeah, 100%. He's trapped. Um, so there's a certain part of me that thinks, is there a way that we could give him a rat hole to run into? Um, Unfortunately, I don't think there is, because I think he has created a situation where he's made it impossible for him to get away to anywhere.
I mean, and he owns the rat hole.
Yeah,
He literally rents out space to rats from other portions of the world that needed a rat hole to get to.
yeah. So it's and that's, in some ways, that's makes it all the effort that the kabuki dance performance that we're going through with all these back and forth shuttles of people talking about this deal or that deal, pieces right around the corner, et cetera, et cetera. It's just, Zelensky has it absolutely right. It's entirely performative, and it's not being done for Ukraine. It's being done for consumption by the political classes in the United States. It's being done to give the appearance of actually doing something which they really aren't, which is par for the course. But from Putin's side, he is going to, even though he can't win, so there is no rule short of something that is suicidal that he's not going to break. And
Right.
there is no law that he is going to he is not willing to break if it suits his purpose, and if he has the capacity and the power to do so, he simply will. So
Yeah, I mean, he is the law over there, isn't he? So, in news about a potential peace, well, any furthering of the discussions of a ceasefire or anything with Russia, I note that Witkoff and Jared Kushner were in with him for a couple of hours. Uh, uh, from basically went in at 10 p.m. and came out at about midnight after discussions. Who knows where that goes next? But immediately on following from that is this proposal that tomorrow, meaning today, in the next sometime later in the American day. That there will be a meeting in the UAE between a trilateral meeting with the United States, Ukraine, and Russia, all sending representatives. Of course, being the characters from the head of the GRU and Dmitriev, head of the Sovereign Wealth Fund,
mhm.
on Russia's side, to Umarov and Budanov and the head of the parliament party, the speaker of the parliament for Zelensky's party, would be on the side of the Ukrainians at that discussion. Seems very short notice, but you can fly down to UAE pretty quickly from any of those places.
This is an op. This is another op on the part of the Russians. I you know
Right.
they're Putin's got something that he has got in mind with this. He's trying to work some angle to it may be that he thinks he might be able to create some sort of fissure inside of the Ukrainian government, doing things the way that he is. Um,
I
he
think it's one of two things. It's either the Trump administration now thinks that they can get both parties together and bully them both into an agreement, or that Putin is ready now to have people as an op, exactly like you said, to keep the whole thing going for purposes of splitting up and getting some, benefit for
He's
himself secondarily out of it.
he has been clearly he and his mouthpieces have been clearly articulating continuously the last 6 months that the only thing that's possible that will stop this is Ukraine's unconditional surrender. That is just full on. That's 100%. There is no wiggle room. You cannot slide a knife blade between a brick in that position on the Russians' part. So if he's led Witkoff and Jared off a primrose path, he's doing it to create some sort of fissure, some sort of dislocation that interferes with Ukraine's ability to acquire aid. That would be the prompt effect on it. And I think one of the things that he would be most keen on would be specifically interfering with Ukraine's ability to beef up its air defense. So something
Right.
along those lines, So
And its Air Force.
And its Air Force. I still haven't seen Gripens yet. I want Gripens, but
buddy, I'd be happy to see those L-139s.
Yeah. Just more aircraft that they can drop pilots in. Yeah, the L-139s are so nice because they're trainer aircraft. They do not require as much training time in order to be, and they're almost without question they're going to be more forgiving than the fourth gen aircraft are going to be in terms of their flight characteristics. So and you can load everything that you can put the rocket pods on them. They're already set up so they can use laser designators. They can hang a bunch of apex or sidewinders on them. If they run into something that's bigger that actually deserves a missile like that. So yeah,
I like them just shooting down, flying around, shooting down Garan 2 through 5s.
Yep.
And not going through the debris field and crashing because of it.
Yep. Yeah. They are definitely they can match speed with those things much more easily, and I do think that using them as missile trucks with the 70 millimeter laser guided missiles that they're coming up with, I do think that is a really good use for them, and makes it even safer.
Are they 2-seaters? I actually would I would prefer to have those things flown as 2-seaters, have a pilot separate from a weapons officer, because they have such good aerobatic sort of capabilities almost that you could dive bomb, not put yourself in any danger at all, and just use the precision kill weapon system. Because the target, while you both be moving quickly, the target wouldn't be moving quickly in your field of view.
I think some of them are 2-seater, but I believe most of them are actually single seat. I'll have to see if I can dig through.
You just have to hand over a lot more of the thinking to the weapon.
Yeah, but one of the
the cost goes up.
Yeah, I forget the laser. I forget the laser targeting system they use, but it's actually pretty advanced, and
I'd be flying these things with bloody 50 caliber or 20 millimeter in the wings.
Well,
Christ, they're like flying an old P-51D.
Yeah,
shoot it down with bullets and don't fly through the debris field.
Yeah, I think I actually do. I forget if they've got a 20 or 30 or twin 50s. Once again, I'll have to look. I'm not living up. I'm not living up to my tech rep. Will, I need to fix that.
That's true, especially since they're now coming for sure. I want to know the configuration and how they're planning to use them before Chuck does.
Yeah, well, they're capable of over 500 knots and can carry besides the they have a takeoff weight, an unloaded weight of I think it's 4,000 pounds, and a fully loaded weight of 8,000. So,
2-ton plane that can carry 6 extra tons. That's amazing.
yeah. So they're going to be they're going to be able to load a lot of stuff on that thing. So and I'm sure
They
they
could
will.
bullet hoses.
Yep. Yeah, lots of 50s, lots of ammo, but yeah, I'm sure the Ukrainians will
But I think I think, as you say, at 540 kilometers an hour, or what did you say, miles or knots? Or
500
anyway,
knots.
500 knots. Okay, so that's
More than
what,
enough for
750 kilometers an hour, almost, something like that.
yeah.
So it's very quick, but it has a very, very low stall speed.
Yep.
And as a trainer, and the aerodynamics of it would be fantastically nimble, and so even loaded up, not flying aerobatics, I think that the some of the cheaper weapon systems are still going to be very useful on that, because it can still fly
Oh,
significantly faster than the Garan 5, and still be slow enough and easy. It can easily shoot down cost effectively
you
Garan 2s.
you know what? This is one thing I'm going to bet on. I bet that for the single seaters, that Ukraine figures out how to give those pilots a virtual back seat, because you could put all the necessary communications, whatever it is that you put on a drone that you can control, you could put onto one of those aircraft. So you could build a pod that somebody on the ground could be flying along and could say, be directing the pilot where to go to find something, and then could be controlling the targeting and the release of the weapons. At least,
That is a great idea. A virtual pod, a weapons pod, or weapons operations pod hanging underneath the L-139, operated from a ground station.
yeah, and they've already got all of the electronics that they need for it. All they'd have to do is just simply repackage it to put, and they could, I'm certain that they could adapt software pretty quickly that would be able to manage the laser designator and run the telemetry for that back out to the ground station. So yeah, that's something I may actually write somebody and suggest that. But anyway, yeah. So
Do it.
but anyway, it's very exciting to see this. So Zdenka,
Good.
how you doing?
I'm good. Just finished work. We have a long weekend coming up. I just wanted to say that last weekend, the president of Czechia, Petr Pavel, was in Kiev, and he was talking about those planes. When he returned home to Czechia, the Prime Minister Andrej Babiš, said, no, we're not supplying any planes. Just earlier today, or possibly last night, I read a story that they weren't going to send the old trainers, that a particular company in Czechia was going to manufacture a new version. And I saw a picture of it, but I can't find the tweet. But when I do, I'll post it in the back channel. So I just wanted to
Cool.
say
Do that.
it might actually be like a newer model, but there is a bit of tic-tac-toe between the president and the prime minister.
Yeah,
Well, it's a fantastic maneuver, isn't it, by Pavel, after he said that we're going to do this, to have the prime minister who doesn't want to support Ukraine say, no, we're not doing it, to going directly to the companies. And what Czechias are like. The Czechs are like, they'll do a GoFundMe for it, like they've done
yeah.
for a lot of other stuff before, if the companies don't. And the thing is, the Czech Republic and other places like Serbia that make lots and lots of weapons, have a huge, military industry complex. Those companies don't care what their governments want to support and don't want to support. They want to make and sell things like these trainers. So it kind of takes over as a dynamic of its own. Sometimes. Zdenka, go ahead.
So you're saying that the president, Petr Pavel, went to the companies and organised it? Or that's just
No. I'm just saying somebody did. I don't know who it was, but uh, uh,
it's probably the
somebody
company.
has
It's probably
got
the
the
company.
companies to say they're going to do this anyway, and it's just a commercial enterprise. It doesn't. It's not handing over an asset that the government currently owns. That
It,
somebody needs to get into an argument between the prime minister and the president over ownership and whether who's got right to transfer it, whatever. Just circumvent the entire argument by going directly to the company and getting that company to sell sell Ukraine the latest model of them off the assembly line and uh, get Europe or somebody else to pay for it.
oh,
Don't you think?
So that's probably what happened, because the second-hand ones are probably government property, and so then they would need the Prime Minister would be involved in approving that. However, the company itself probably put up its hand and said, "We're happy to supply new ones." But
Exactly.
because I know a lot of Czech and Slovak manufacturers are very keen to manufacture for Ukraine
yeah.
and not get caught up.
And look at how much support there is in the Czech public for Ukraine. Some of the biggest fundraisers in this war, public campaigns, have been out of Czechia.
Uh,
Yes, it's called Darek pro Putina, which means present for Putin. It's a really big charity, and they've raised some huge sums. They've purchased the flamingos and at least one helicopter. I can't keep up with all the things they buy. But there are a lot of manufacturers in Western Slovakia. Western Slovakia shares a border with Ukraine. And
And used to be part of the military powerhouse of Czechoslovakia.
probably, yep. They're pretty. I was going to swear then. They're pretty annoyed with the Slovak Prime Minister. I've forgotten his name for a sec.
Right.
Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
well,
Right, and that would be true in Slovakia as well. That the military, Czechoslovakia was a big military manufacturing center for Russia or for the Soviet Union, and that country. So when it broke up, it would have left a large portion of that in both of the new countries, and both of those companies or countries that had those companies can go where they want politically, but those companies are always going to want to sell their material.
Just quickly, they're not new countries. They have very old histories and they have very
I know, but you know
distinct
what I mean by
languages.
Czechoslovakia.
they have a long tradition and had a long presence for a very long time in the Holy Roman Empire, and were pretty key. The Habsburgs were pretty key to get their hands on them way back when, for a whole variety of reasons. Yeah, they are. They they go back to the end of the Roman Empire. Incognito.
Yeah, do we know yet how extensive, if at all, the Flamingo missiles have been used? Thank you.
Not much that we can identify. They've been getting used in dribs and drabs, and which is I have found curious. But at this point, they should have a very substantial inventory of them if they've been manufacturing up to at the rate that they've been talking about. So I'm not certain I've been waiting for some sort of a mass strike with flamingos where they have a wave of drones followed by a wave of cruise missiles. That hasn't emerged, but that doesn't mean it won't. And the other thing also I recall is that the Ukrainians were talking about refitting the ones that they had with terrain following guidance systems. So that also might be one of the hitches, is that they want to. That it'd be two things. One, they want to make sure that the investment that they have in that and the stuff that they have built, um, gets brought up to where it needs to be. And the other would be that they continue with their steady erosion of Russia's air defense system, particularly its air defense radar systems.
Yeah, and both of those make sense based on what we've seen, don't we? The fact that they tried to use um, the Flamingo and determined what its accuracy was down in Crimea on that FSB base. And then we know for sure they've used them. Well, there's one attack way out in Chelyabinsk that has all the hallmarks of being a single large warhead missile,
Yeah.
but unknown. But certainly they tried to use one at closer to home, just as a test on the Oriole power plant. But it was shot in the air spectacularly by an air defense interception, and it looked like a thermite grenades coming down. But beyond that, I can't think of anything we've discussed where we saw it. They learned in that Oriole enterprise, however, that the thing flies too high. So the Firepoint CEO was on an interview and said that they're fitting him with this map of the Earth capability by putting a terrain map in electronically inside the missile's head, and it will find where it's at on the map with terrain recognition and adjust its position accordingly. Can't be jammed, and will allow the thing to fly at levels which are approximately 40 meters off the deck, which he believes, based on the speed of the missile, will make it only detectable by air defense systems when it's too late for them to react well. And those things seem to make sense. So it would seem that they are retrofitting quite a lot of the number of these things. And if they made their original production rates that they were talking about, and I think they said they were going to achieve 7 a day, didn't they, Smokey? Something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, by the
That's
first of the year.
200 a month. And I think, what's probably happened is they've produced the production run of the missiles that's enough for Ukraine to use in a campaign, because not just a single strike, but a campaign, which they might need, I don't know, 300 missiles. Who knows? So they're building those out and completing it, but it's not the missile we're waiting on. It's the adaptation they're adding, because they've got to add that to a little chip, a little computer, and a sensor, unless it ties into the existing ones on the missile itself, and then these things should be ready for prime time, because. But how long that takes, I don't know. We'd have to get, the
What I
people who know that sort of production cycle down to make any estimate. Go ahead, Smoke.
what I'd like to see is I'd like to see an alpha strike of some sort.
I'll tell you what I want to know. What I want to see more than anything, I want to see a Sapsan strike, or a Sapsan strike where they've put a couple of missiles into something so that we can see what the precision's like on that tool.
Yeah, that
Because forget the long range stuff. There's stuff within 500 kilometers. There's a bevy of targets.
well, one of the things that I would look at hitting very hard right now that could be a really seriously high value target and be crippling is I would look at whatever resources are used by their railway maintenance and repair brigades. I'd be looking at they've got repair trains out there. I'd be looking at on a given day, if you know where those trains are going to be, it's probably possible you could make sure that you'd know where they were going to be. So I would target those. I would
And
locate.
wouldn't the railway depot and maintenance folks be close to the big marshalling yards?
That's the other thing, is that I would hit the big marshalling yards. If I could, one of the things that I would do is, freight cars are flammable, especially if they've still got stuff in them. And we have marshalling yards, which have got literally thousands of cars empty, which if you can deliver a large enough incendiary munition, you could create a firestorm that could take a major facility out of play. That could be really crippling for logistics. And there's also just any industrial facility that is being used for the support and maintenance of their rail system. Because if you can essentially make the train stop, it's over. But I'm sure there would be other targets as well. But that's one thing that I think about, and one thing which may not be as well defended now because of Russia's focus on trying to save its oil and everything else. Continue sniping at the oil facilities and stuff like that. Make sure that their production stays under 50%, which is pretty much where I think it is now. And continue to step on the hose as far as any outgoing oil is going into tankers. But think of places where they have not put all the protection in that are critical and vulnerable. And the thing is, those bridges over at Rostov-on-Don, if you drop those rail bridges that they have there, that's a huge crimp. They'd have to bring some sort of a rail ferry up the river, which would then also turn into a target, and they'd have to build the necessary structures so that they could load trains onto a ferry. So it would significantly reduce the amount of traffic that they could run through Rostov-on-Don to the warfront. So, yeah, I'm going to dream about alpha strikes with flamingos, and hopefully they will do that. I think that there were a few others besides the ones that you pointed out. I think there were a couple of other examples where they thought they might have, but I know that there was one big oil strike that was specifically. It wasn't Storm Shadow, but was one of the other cruise missiles that Ukraine has been getting supplied that had like semi-stealth capability. Ukraine's been getting more of those, and I remember seeing some sort of discussion about an inexpensive, I believe, Czech-built cruise missile that they're ordering a bunch of. So there's also that going on. So there's not just flamingos out there. There's a lot of other stuff that is showing up, and which the Ukraine so far I haven't really been seeing it, with a few exceptions. Ukraine seems to have been really quite sparing with its use of its cruise missiles.
And yeah, that's the other thing that's very interesting about this, Nick. That where we've seen these things show up, they do seem to be relatively sparingly using things as if they are building for a very big strike or a number of significantly big strikes once they've got all the tools in the bag and ready. But the Sapsan would have to be close to being in large enough numbers that we could see that in use. They clearly have drones in the medium and smaller size, the Ruta, the Peklo, the Palanitsia, and those are the fast ones. And of course, the build out in FP1s and FP2s for long and medium range, medium size charges or warheads are in great numbers. We're literally seeing 100 to 200 of those used daily flying into Russia.
Another thing that I could see them doing is a saturation strike of Russian strategic air assets. That would be another thing that would be
the remaining ones.
The remaining ones. Well, there's enough of them, and when they put them, they're able to put 3 or 4 of them in the air, and that's there you're talking about 25 to 30 cruise missiles. So that's and it's really those missiles which are doing the lion's share of the damage. Well, the ballistics more than the cruise missiles, but they still count. The degree to which you can take Russia's ability to launch the KH-101s and similar to saturate.
I myself, knowing the capability and the shoot down rate of the things launched from the remaining strategic air assets, the planes of Russia, I think it would be of greater effect to try to knock out the Iskander ground-based ballistic missiles. For my money, what do you reckon?
Yeah, part of it is you need to be able to identify. But part of the problem with the Iskanders is that they've got mobile launchers.
You got to find them and have time on target
Yeah,
weapons that are maybe 4 minutes.
yeah. So and maybe that's what some of the smaller cruise.
Sapsan.
Yeah, that's what some of the smaller and the smaller new cruise missiles may be for, because they would have, especially what Iskander range. Well, Russia's talking about building an Iskander equivalent or a follow-on that's got like a 600-kilometer range. So, but for stuff that they're using closer to the border, if they've got stuff that they're launching, well, part of it also is that they want to get some of that stuff close to the border because that they've got shorter flight time and less time to intercept.
And so the other tool we didn't mention is that Firepoint also announced that they're building the FP7 and FP9, which are ballistic missiles, which sounded, based on their talking about them, as if they were analogs for the Gimler's missile and the ATACMS missile that are
Uh,
now provided, and might even, dare I suggest, fit into the cassettes of those systems.
Bet on it. It's the one that I would be most interested in would be the ATACMS analog because
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Especially the long range one with the cluster munitions. Yes,
yeah, 200 kilometers and with a
three.
300 kilometers with a travel time measured, of what, under 10 minutes. That's not a
Yeah, yeah. That's it. Yeah, and that's it. If today, if my intelligence gathering information uh, during during an Iskander launch from Bryansk and Rostov and Smolensk, the places where they're doing them now, if you could identify the location of those things and with a good grid reference immediately with satellite capability or observation capability, and triangulation that they have now. Anyway, the means by which they would detect the launch location, you could uh, then target ATACMS onto that location with cluster munitions
Yep.
relatively quickly, and get these Iskander launchers, which are real pains in the asses. You'd also be able to get the S-300, S-400 complexes when
Yep.
they use those in ground-to-ground mode, which would also be good pieces of nasty shit to take out.
Yeah. Anything and the 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 S-300, S-400 that they're using in ground attack mode do have to be within 200 kilometers. So that
Right.
puts them well within the ATACMS envelope. So having those missiles with MLRS equivalent, HIMARS equivalent launch platforms placed strategically in locations where they can snipe those launchers that are launching these ballistics. They do the equivalent of rocket versus rocket counter battery fire. In some ways.
Yeah, and that's that. Yeah, that's why the way I said, months ago, that where this war is definitely going is long range. The stalemate at the front and long range strategic strikes, but also tactical strikes
Yeah.
close to the front line like this. It's obviously where this world's going, and so building out the capability where you've got a HIMARS sort of delivery platform and an ATACMS or a Gimler's missile that can make it, who knows,
Yeah. And
300 kilometers, and then be able to drive them immediately back down the little hole in the ground where they were hiding.
yeah. So and this once again, this is the don't go for the arrow, get the archer uh, strategy with trying to reduce the load on Ukraine's defenses.
Yeah, these goddamn ballistics are the ones that we've got to get, because they're the ones that are causing the real problem with the precision strikes on electricity generation infrastructure.
Yeah. So finding and catching and killing those launchers, I'm certain it's high up on the MOD's
It's
agenda.
got to be I guess that it's got to be a high on the list as the only other thing in another area that would be as important would be the drone operation heads from Russia's side.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Targeting targeting Russia's drone operations is also a fine and wonderful thing for sure, and they've been having increasing success with that. I'm not sure how they're doing that. I wonder if they figured out, particularly with the fiber optic drones. I wonder if they figured out a way um, to track to track the filaments or something. I can almost imagine Ukrainians developing the technical expertise to do that, which would be just incredible. But they better if you can, because they tend to when they're moving these guys around, they're tending to cluster them in one location because they've got to have power, they've got to have shelter, uh, they have to have some sort of communications that is going to be detectable even if they're using the fiber optic drones, because they're going to be getting telemetry from whatever reconnaissance they've got in the air. So the electronic warfare playfield is, I think, is figuring highly in that. And I do recall seeing videos of some pretty frequent strikes on not just Russian radar, but Russian communications, control towers for broadcast and stuff like that. So, I think there's a certain amount going on with that, with their actually setting up drones and sending them in hunting for electronic emissions, which may be part of it. And the electronics that they use for controlling stuff is going to have a signature that if you can identify the pattern, you could tell what kinds of electronics are in use. And it makes me wonder if they've got something where they've been able to identify, where they've been able to figure out what some of those signatures will be. We talked decades ago. People talked about the U.S. having, spycraft, having the electronics where they could actually eavesdrop on what's going on in the Ethernet transmissions in your house, or or signals that were being generated by your computer, which is at one point, with the people who are really paranoid, you know, created this spate of people building Faraday cages for their equipment, or even putting up Faraday cages in turning their houses into Faraday cages. But I'm certain that there's a kernel of truth with a lot of that. So I can certainly imagine that you're going to have people working on trying to track those signatures. It's like U.S. sonarmen used to, one of the ways in which they would track Russian subs is they would actually develop sonic profiles for all of the Russian submarines, and they actually had a database for them. So yeah, I can't.
And they could follow them by the sound of their toilets.
No doubt. I have no doubt that certainly
Oh no! I've read a description of people who said that they would characterize the vessels down to the level where, if one had a peculiar set of toilet sounds,
Yep.
when it was, that they could tell that by name which sub it was.
Z25. Yep, got it. There it is. Yeah. So doing similar sorts of things to not necessarily profile like a large system, but to be able to determine specific kinds of electronics that might be in use. Now, this would be stuff that wouldn't be particularly long ranged. You'd have to be pretty close, and it would need be device would have to be reasonably exposed. But so there is that. But with that's actually, Evil Jeff would be looking into finding ways of doing that. So I could then train a drone to get to the approximate location, pick up on that signal, and then home in on it. So we have, like I said earlier, Ukraine is the forge at which the future technology of war is currently being developed and tested. And once again,
100% true. Invented and tested for sure, and honed, and it is amazing. So hey, last couple items in the news summary, which believe it or not, we've gotten all the way through without even knowing it. That the French Navy boarded that ship named the Grinch, and has said that they will continue to do that sort of thing in the future, and they've arrested that vessel.
Oh, that is just droll. That is just so very.
Should have timed that for just before Christmas.
That's still delightfully droll.
Delightfully droll. And then last item in the news summary, which could be a big deal. We saw him meeting with the president Zelensky earlier. And it wasn't obviously just a congratulatory thing. It was obviously to discuss a role that he would be taking. And now we do see it announced that the legendary fundraiser and drone supplier with no tie to the military at all, but the Ukrainian volunteer Sternyenko has become an advisor to the head of the Ministry of Defense, Fedorov, on the use of UAVs in the front and addressing their supply chains, which you'd think he's got to be a fantastic addition there, and that bodes really well, doesn't it, Smokey?
Ooh, I go, ooh, that's positively sexy. The idea of
Plus, he'll get Ministry of Defense level personal protection, because there have been 2 notable assassination attempts on Sternyenko.
Wow. Yeah, but yeah, definitely.
Maybe more. Zdenka, what did I get wrong?
He's actually had 3 attempts. I listened to
3.
I listened to I really love Serhiy Sternenko. I listen to him quite often to help me learn Ukrainian. He's a political activist. He was quite active in 2014 when there was stuff going on in Odessa. So he's been a long-term political activist. He's actually a lawyer by training. And yes, this fund, this Sternenko charitable fund, has raised an enormous amount of money for drones. When he speaks on his YouTube podcast, he actually often relates stories, because he's been speaking to commanders out in the field, when he's trying to figure out, who's he going to give the drones to. He hears their stories as well. So he spends a lot of time actually asking for military reform. So it's quite interesting that he now has the defence minister's ear as an advisor on drones, and I suspect...
Well, obviously they've been listening to him for a while.
Yeah, so I suspect he'll also be able to get across his points of view about what he's hearing from the military commanders about military reform, because he's been banging on about it. Every podcast I listen to, he talks about it, and he acknowledges it's a difficult thing to do in the middle of a war, but he said it's really, really necessary. But what was I going to say? So he's had 3 attempts, and there's some sort of law. I didn't quite understand it. There's some sort of law in Ukraine where if you're going to call to something and you're at risk, you actually get state-provided protection. He didn't. He'd had 3 attempts, and then after the 3rd attempt, he actually now has an SBU officer protecting him, and that SBU officer actually protected him during that last attempt, which was like mid last year. I don't know if you recall, he was coming out of his apartment.
The girl in the pink tracksuit.
Yeah. So he was coming out of his apartment, and the girl in the pink tracksuit was standing there and pulled out her gun. But He did get shot. He got shot, but not lethally. So yes, he has protection. I'm so excited that he's part of the.
I think he's a superb addition to the Ministry of Defense. That's why I brought it up.
I'm just so excited that he's there because he has a lot of ideas. He's an excellent speaker. He's an intelligent man. And so I found
And paired with Fedorenko and that level of power, it's going to be, they could get
Fedorov.
a lot of reform done quickly.
Yes, I suspect that. Well, they're both young, so I think they'll be movers and shakers. And I think, well, sir, he's not part of the military sort of administration, so he and Fedorov will be wanting to cut that down as much as possible. I just think it's an awesome move. So,
Me too. Me too. Best news. Well, a best news story that doesn't have to do with somebody's life being saved today, for sure. So I saved it for last.
oh, okay. Thanks. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Cool. But we have 40 minutes left, so I suppose we should talk about we should really talk about bad things going on in Russia. I've put another few items in the nest that you can look at and peruse at your own leisure, like this military officer of Russia that has been killed in Kherson in a car bomb. Well done, resistance down there, and he's a real piece of shit. I'm glad to see him get killed.
That was actually a pretty big bang, as I recall.
Oh, did you see the a video of it? Did you?
I think it was. They were talking about it was him and a couple of other officers, I thought.
Okay, so I saw something about military officers. A video. Here's some military officers being blown up, but I didn't know that was actually this guy because they didn't name any of the other victims.
Well, I haven't heard about any other attacks like that, and I'm certain that if there were multiple, we would have heard about it. But
yeah, so fair enough. That probably is it.
yeah. Which means that they collected the whole set, which is a lovely thing. But this goes to a topic that I was thinking about looking at a little bit earlier, and that's tied into it ties together Russian internal security, Russian financial institutions, the whole thing with the underground internet and VPN stuff that's evolving. Is Russians want to have their movies from the West, damn it, and they're going to find a way to do it. But doing so, of course, it creates opportunities for other people to sneak different signals in with everything else. As we have seen with the continued Ukrainian hacks of various systems and organizations inside of Russia. But here's the thing that I think that the increasing instability inside of Russia and the general self-interest, extreme self-interest that is very ubiquitous among Russians today, that there's got to be a lot of opportunities for Ukrainian spy services to turn people and to turn them into operatives of one sort or another. And the other thing also that I think that we may find in there is that they may, I would look at finding disgruntled Russian veterans who have actually managed to leave the service for one reason or another, and to see what I could do to turn them. And I suspect that with sufficient financial incentives, that they would find pretty fertile ground. And actually, they probably are already finding fertile ground. It will be potentially absolutely bountiful when you think about what's currently happening to the Russian economy, with rubles pouring out of Russian banks, with people going into the underground economy just simply trying to survive so they can just buy food, much less anything else, with soldiers having their pay cut I was read something that that a lot of the people that they've got running around doing air defense in the interior of the country are now getting paid what, only $134 a week. So no.
Well, if you take the stupidest, I'm not going to get any uplifts, and I'm going to listen to whatever the government tells me pay rate. Yes, it can be that low. I'm sure a lot of them finagle the system to get more than that, but it does start to look like the Russian government also pays on bonuses in these air defense units, and
Mm.
apparently they're stiffing them on bonuses. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, so but there's just all sorts of stuff that's happening that is going to be leaving people disgruntled. And so Russia is going to have to, well, this is going to be a sap their on their internal security resources. There's they've already taken an awful lot of Rosguardia and police, and they've sent them into the meat grinder. They're now fertilizing sunflowers in various parts of eastern Ukraine. Um, so, and that includes the Chechens who have been getting chopped up. Um, so they're running out of interior forces like Rosguardia and what's the name of their internal security service? Not FSB. Well, anyway, they
That's the FSB and Rosguardia are in that service, and
they're
also
yeah,
the
okay,
riot
FSB,
police, Oman.
Oman, okay, yeah. So they're they're the people that they don't have as many people for that. And I would also wager that the people who are left are probably a lot more corrupt. So there's lots of opportunities with if you've got foreign capital, if you've got foreign cash that you can wave around as a temptation. There are going to be more and more people who are going to be interested in taking it. And once they've done that, they've got them. They've got their hook in them, because then the threat that forces continued cooperation is, if you do this, we'll pay you. If you refuse to do this, well, somebody might learn something. So it really is in your best interest, and we'll be very generous, make it very much in your interest for you to do this thing for us. Um, you know, Basic spycraft, the thing that the Russians have been gleefully doing to the U.S., I think, for the last decade and a half, which is, I'm sure, I'm morally certain that that's where some of our problems currently come from. That, and also the fact that there's so much stuff about Russia, Ukraine and the United States relationship that is being just literally handed over to Putin with different meetings of one form or another. It, I think that we'll see more evidence of Ukraine exploiting this, because I think that we will see far more opportunities. Um, I'm hoping some of that, comes out as more railway sabotage, and there already is a lot of it going on. We don't really see it. We hear about a derailment here, a fire there, and stuff like that. That's just the tip of the iceberg of the stuff that's going on, especially in the South. Where was it I was reading?
Oh yeah, in the occupied areas, absolutely. I mean, the thing that always amazed me is right from the start of the war, the full scale invasion. When you see the occupied area map on the ISW, there were all these little blobs of blue hashes around, and and this is the partisan activity, and it existed from the very beginning. I didn't look at it because it wasn't significant or whatever. Didn't look significantly sized or anything, but that area of Kherson, Zaporizhia, has always been had the biggest blobs of partisan activity taking place all since 2022.
Yeah, and Kherson all the way over to Melitopol, Russia pretty much
Yeah,
only,
with Melitopol being particularly
yeah,
active for a big city.
because it's got a lot of people. Russia only controls what's within rifle shot of the nearest outpost. pretty much. And with their demands for manpower elsewhere, I'm sure there are lots of places that are kind of no-go zones for Russians moving around in numbers of, less than a company, or maybe less than a platoon. Um, and that that means that there.
Which is a pity, which is a real
Oh,
pity,
that's
because
so terrible.
that convoy in Kherson that got wiped out by the Gimlers, all like 11 trucks,
Yeah,
was one of my absolute favorites.
yeah. So and once again, hopefully we'll see more of that. Um, so we're gonna so back to my ramble here. I really think that we are going to see more partisan activity inside of Russia proper. Um, and it might take the form. It may not be it really. Well, partisan is probably the
Well,
wrong word.
I'm gonna defer. I'm gonna defer that discussion till tomorrow or the next day, because I'm on with you on Sunday as well, and we can talk about the mode and means by which Russia might come apart and collapse, because there's some interesting new academic theories out in relation to that, which we've talked little bits around before,
Yeah.
but I think are worth examining in detail. And partisan activity, sort of, and just rebellion sort of activity, feeds into that. But today, what I wanted to talk to you about is how uh, we have been observing things, the demise of Russia, the demise in its capabilities and its wealth and all these things, and we talk about the observations we make, and but you could wonder, you go, oh well, that's an aberration, but it isn't, and that's based on things like the fact that we've made observations about Russia not being able to successfully launch satellites and not successfully being able to launch their Soyuz rockets now, and explosions and incidents that they've had, and failures to pay the rent, and people that are, just breaking down in things like that. High tech missile delivery capability and space capability and satellite capability. We've made those observations, and we've said that, Russia is on the demise here, and this goes right back to 1991, and the slow demise of their university system in Russia. Do you ever follow university rankings in America, Smokey? Like they always had like a U.S. News and World Report ranking of the best world universities and stuff like that. Have you ever looked at those?
I have. It's been a while. I actually work at one which is rated as in the top five research institutions in the world.
Right.
Uh,
Okay. So, and this is exactly it. I'm sure that the university you work at is on these lists that have been put together, because Leiden University did a study, and obviously it focuses on Europe and Russia, and other countries, all in not American centric, but I'm pretty sure they might have the Yanks in this as well. But their study, there's all these rankings that they put together based on the type of the faculty, health or medicine or physics or math, science generally, or whatever. But back in the day, it used to be a really, really big deal to be able to go to Moscow State University or St. Petersburg State University or the School of Higher Economics. We often, even today, hear these universities quoted with as prestige from Russia in the peak of their capability to tertiary education and research. And it was absolutely the case when I was there. But what I saw in the university systems in the Far East in Russia show that the whole system had been moldering heavily since '91, when the Soviet Union broke up, and some of the many structures that they kept together to centralize to deliver things in the Soviet Union just weren't replaced in the new world. And some of those areas were like but the Soviet Union was a shit place to live. But it did have some things because of its scope and scale that were kind of
But
admirable, right?
yeah, the top.
Like the university system, like the hospital system, and like the railway system, for instance. But go ahead, Smokey.
Well, I was going to say that in the day, uh, Soviet um, uh, academic mathematics and physics and some of its material science was second to none.
Correct. Yeah. Because they were in the space race with the Yanks, and and trying to do all this patriotic revamping of their economy and all the but it was all founded in bollocks, of course, 5-year plans and communist ideology, which caused it to break down. But they were able to generate, and this is the particular thing, a good university system with where a lot of people aspired to go to university, and the universities were still basically communist bureaucracies, but they did have a level of meritocracy to them, and they did produce some pretty good science, math, whatever kind of off, as Smokey says, some of the material sciences in particular. But Today, today they're not even ranked. Moscow State University doesn't even rank in the top 200 of world universities these
Wow,
days. Not even the top. It's 227. And if you bunch together
wow,
the other universities in Russia that were considered amazing, St. Petersburg State, the School of Higher Economics, the Ural Federal University, Kazan State University, and Novosibirsk State Universities, those additional ones don't even rate just barely into the top 1,000.
wow.
So they're really nobody. And when they break it down, by disciplines, which are particular ones, the basics like physics, there isn't a single Russian university in the top 50 in physics anymore. And this particularly, this is why they're no good at launching satellites.
Yeah,
They can't do it. They're losing this capability. All they could do was operate the technology. They aren't developing the basic sciences to keep those things going and advancing and becoming better. Russia is literally dying from an intellectual property standpoint. And with all their talk about where we're going for technological sovereignty and how they do breakthroughs, like they claim to have, had a cure for cancer and shit like that. Their quality of research is poor. You'd know this from a university. The level of rigor and due diligence and things in relation to papers published there, the standards there are dropping or not being met, and they're they're more often than not working to do science for some specific commercial or political purpose and not science for science's sake. Jeff?
yeah, yeah. They have fallen very low. It certainly sounds like, and it does fit with the fact that their new ballistic missiles keep on blowing up on launch. You have something to toss
True,
in
truth.
between?
The best part is, but no, we'll go to another. But the best part is, it is very expensive these days. But I'll talk about that after. Another. What do you think about scientific capability in relation to Russia?
Um, I think when your country is in a situation where you're getting fucking pwned by a cartoon dog with an alligator and a cartoon dog with an in-law, um, you probably need to reevaluate your educational system. That's all I say to that matter. But it's just like, yes, yeah.
The best part is though when the Soviet Union broke up and they actively took to capitalism and full on criminality. At least they made sure that the universities became drastically more expensive, because these universities that aren't making it into the top 50 or top 200 or top 1,000 of the world universities these days do rank as some of the most expensive that you could take for the average person. But I'll tell you more detail about that in a second. Dan?
Yeah, you're picking on Russia. I got one good
That's
thing
kind
that
of
they
our
do.
thing.
Yeah, they make the best poo fountains.
Yeah, that's true. They do. They do make some pretty impressive poo
Well,
fountains,
that's
but
that's in the
only through not doing maintenance on their heating and sanitary systems.
that's in the that's in the category of household engineering. I just wanted also to throw in this little bit of a zinger. The other thing also that we need to remember from that Soviet era up until 1991, even for a while afterwards, is you need to remember that a lot of those people attending those Moscow University et al. Were Ukrainian. And so a
Right.
part of what has happened,
The missile center of the Soviet Union, missile manufacturing and design center, was in Dnipro. Yeah.
yeah. So basically, Russia suffered a brain drain, an immediate brain drain, and there has been nobody who has stepped in to fill the void. And
Nobody's wanted to go stay and live in Russia to go to universities, except Chinese, and other India and other aspiring countries that thought that Russia was better than them, but they really aren't in terms of quality. I should get this full survey. I would venture to guess that there are probably Indian universities that rank higher than Russia does these days. But where Russia does rank highly, and any Americans listening in, you probably want to mute this next portion because I'm going to talk about something that's very painful to you. But Russia's education system is incredibly expensive for what you get. You get a shitty education, but the value for money is absolutely terrible. With Russia, turns out to be more expensive than 22 of the 27 European countries that form the EU, according to the Moscow Times. And in 2025, studying in Russia was supposed to be significantly cheaper than Western countries, Vladimir Putin says, but the average cost of a year of full-time education in Russian universities last year turned out to be 224,000 rubles. That's 2,470 euros. Now, that may sound really cheap to Americans, but the key is that in 14 European countries, uh, higher tertiary education is absolutely free. Yeah, I know unicorns live in Europe, folks. Unicorns live there because it's absolutely free in those 14 countries. But imagine having to pay 2,470 euros to go to university each year in Russia, and not being able to even say you went to a high class university anymore would be very disappointing. Um, uh, eh, the average price to go to university in education costs in European countries doesn't exceed typically, or on average, 1,500 euros a year. So Russia's way out of the league as far as value for money in university, and university quality produced by universities in Russia is shithouse.
you also need to keep in mind that 2,400 euros is coming out of a median income of only about 10,000.
Exactly. That's the other huge point. That's what I so 2,500 euros may not sound like a lot to an American, but the salary that we were talking about for that air defense guy who was pissing and moaning about only making $153 a month. That's about what this guy is paid a year, right? So he's not making. You're not talking about a lot of money. You're talking about an incredible amount of money for a Russian person, but not that much money at all if you're European or American. But imagine if you paid three-quarters of your annual income to get an education, it would seem exorbitant, even to an American who has to buy their university and their health care separately.
Yeah, it's special. It really is.
Freedom, 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 baby. Freedom to be poor.
Oh. Well,
I'm sorry.
no, no,
But
no, no. True. Twain said that there's insults are one of three things. It's either true, in which case, well, it's either false, in which case you just consider the source, or it's true, in which case what are you being bothered about? Fix it. Um, the thing is that I lost my thread. Oh well. But yeah, the healthcare, and stuff like that. Oh, this is where it's going. The the attacks on the healthcare system, and people's access to it right now is far and away falling absolutely the hardest on red states. It's the financial
yeah,
impact.
yeah. But they passed the short term return of the subsidies under the Obamacare. They passed those recently, didn't they? So they've kicked this can down the road, but eventually they're going to go up drastically.
Sort of, they passed it. They put a whole bunch of conditions in it, so that the impact still takes a lot of care away from a lot of people and makes what's left a lot more expensive than it was with the
And
ACA.
already is this happening right now
Yes,
in as people have to renew plans?
yes, yep, it's happening right now. There are people who are talking about seeing their insurance go from $1,500 a month to over 5,000, and that's just the insurance, and it has a deductible. So it's like,
Of course it does. Yeah, Dan, well, I'm going to go back onto Ukraine now, but
Yeah.
that's depressing.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've heard, they've closed a lot of rural clinics, mostly in the Midwest, but they're starting to hit the East and the West too.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
bad.
a lot of rural that serve, communities. Yeah.
This is like the Russification of America,
Hmm.
where they're also doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, and once again, where it's hitting in rural areas, it's once again disproportionately affecting the 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 people that supported and helped put the current administration in place. So it's very depressing. Heather, Prince Heather, how you doing?
Oh, I'm going to be a little candid and a little personal here. Thanks to President Obama, I might not have loved everything about him, but I do love this. I have had health care for the last many years, but it seems like it may be going away because what are they doing to the Medicaid subsidies is another story altogether.
Yeah.
Throw me into a sanctuary city, sanctuary state, and we'll see what things are looking like in the next month or two.
Yeah. Well, we could go on for hours about this, I'm sure.
No, but fair enough. That it is interesting that some of the some of the pains that are being Russia is bringing upon itself are similar in symptom as what's happening in America. But Russia is well ahead of America in some bad things that are happening, particularly. In areas like health and education and just public services are breaking down badly. But places where they're not breaking down badly, because here's an interesting piece of maintenance type of work that you probably wouldn't be familiar with. That they had uh, some uh, some burst pipes in the power plants in Ukraine as a result of the Russian strikes, and some of them were underwater that they needed to be able to address underwater. So, how do you deal with underwater pipes that need, welding and fixing while they stay underwater? Believe it or not, of course, if you don't know, it is possible to weld underwater, but prepping the site, uh, uh, doing the work, and then being able to, test, flux, cure, all the stuff you'd have to do. Very difficult and lengthy to do, and made even more difficult by these guys getting some water that's pretty cold. But I'm telling you, this water was exactly 0 degrees for the entire 6 days that they were submerged doing this work on the power plants, the DTEC plants in Ukraine. That's an amazing story, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I saw pictures of the divers. They're using dry suits, um, and it's a very, very exotic skill set. There's a friend of mine who actually trained to be a commercial diver and was learning some of this stuff, and it is very intensive, extremely
Yeah,
intensive.
I know some of these guys from the offshore rigs too, and yeah, it is. They are, uh, consummate professionals.
Yeah, so, and they got seriously lauded by the government as well. I think they actually got a civilian service medal of some sort. Zdenka.
And yeah, they probably did. And do you know that? Did you also hear that in sad news, a couple of these DTEC recovery first responders have died of exhaustion. They called it. They classified it as
Oof.
in doing the work to get people back on power, back on water, back heat running again. A couple of these guys have actually worked themselves to death.
Wow.
It's heroic. I mean, yeah. So
What?
speaking of medals, these guys probably ought to get a medal too.
Yeah, no, without question. Zdenka.
So, as well as the two workers, I think the CEO of the company was electrocuted yesterday. He got his. I heard it on Ukraine the latest, that he was there trying to help, like all hands on deck, but unfortunately he died from electrocution. And now I've forgotten why I wanted to come up and say to you. Oh, what were you talking about just before?
Hang around. Hang around.
Divers.
You'll think of it. The underwater welding.
Underwater. Yes, that's what. Why were they underwater? What sort of electrical infrastructure is underwater?
Heat exchange.
I saw the.
Heat exchange.
Oh,
So yeah, it wasn't electrical. It was metalwork.
Yeah. Yeah, what the with a steam plant, you have condensers, and that's to improve um, the
And those big condensers are submerged in huge pools of
yeah.
water.
Yeah, so they need that to increase the efficiency of the power generation. So they
The
have
log mean temperature difference he's talking
yeah.
about.
So that yeah, they put those into the river, into places like that, and they're going to be vulnerable, which is probably one of the places that the Russians were aiming for, because you take a
So yeah, and it was. I think it was a shock separation, right? So the shock wave of
yeah.
the missile landing broke a fixture's fittings away from the heat exchangers underwater, and you just can't pull those bundles out and get them back into service. So they put underwater divers in there, but unfortunately, that water is literally at 0 degrees Celsius because there's ice floating on top of it.
Oddly enough, it was probably warmer in the water than it was in the air.
so does that
True,
mean
it was by 15 degrees.
every heat and power plant has to be near like an artificial lake or a river, some sort of water
Or a
body?
cooling pond
N-
or cooling towers.
Yeah,
Okay.
having some sort of a heat sink is important, at least with any plant that's thermal. You've got
Or nuclear.
or nuclear. Yeah, well, nuclear is still thermal. It's just they are using a rather exotic way of creating the heat. Um, the ones that don't need it are going to be the ones that are typically natural gas, and they're using some sort of an internal combustion engine of one sort or another, or diesel generators. They won't need a heat sink, but for just for bulk and for the most efficient power generation, you're going to need to go with scale, and you're going to need to have some sort of cooling method to go with it in order to make it worthwhile. We're getting down to the end here, Mr. Thiel.
We are, and so I am also going to save till Sunday the huge story about tanks. We're going to talk about tanks and armored fighting vehicles on
We got.
Sunday. So don't plan your day, sir, because it's already planned out for you.
I will have to read up on
Now,
tanks.
well, yeah, the post in the nest, but I won't talk about it today. I'll briefly say that today is a big day for Ukraine because it's Unity Day, Ukrainian Unity Day, back in 1919 when on January 22nd when Western Republic of Ukraine and the Eastern Republic of Ukraine joined together to form the modern day country of Ukraine that you would recognize today, 107 years later, if Russia would get the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
So happy Unity Day.
Happy Unity Day indeed. Yeah, so we'll have so on Sunday we'll have tanks. We will have this disintegration of the Russian economy. What was the other major theme we were talking about? I forget, but you'll remind me.
Well, actually, collapse of the political governing
Yeah,
structure of
collapse of the
Russia.
governing structure of Russia and tanks. Those are excellent subjects. I'm going to be looking forward to this.
Yeah, we're going to need more than 2 hours. Might have to bump the other guys. Now, I'm not sure who's taking over for us today, but I definitely would like to make a shout out to Tracy because when I saw this face plant they were doing on this dude who got taken down for doing the the damage assessment work against after the Oreshnik strike in Lviv, I definitely thought of Tracy when I was watching that because this guy got the takedown of the week. Prove me wrong.
I won't try. I won't even try, and I'll have to look for that myself. I did hear that they caught.
Oh, it's in the nest. It's in the nest. You won't miss it. Just but Zdenka and JTS might be able to prove me wrong when they give us the full roundup of takedowns every week when they go through snooping and pooping. Prince Heather, back to you again. Who's taking over for us?
Genesis Man and Jenny. But all I have to say was when I heard about that face plant, first thing I thought about was Tracy too. Oh man, the
I was
face
hoping
plant.
there was a dog shit in the footprint where they planted him.
Right. I mean, nothing like a good face plant.
Yep.
Or maybe it was a snow, but it looked like it was one of those things that snow drifts that looks like a snow, but there's a curb under there.
Yeah.
Or turn to ice.
Yeah. Just desserts for unjust people.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's 3 p.m. Thank you very much for sitting with me, Jeff. See, doesn't matter if it's a 2 hour or a 3 hour session. We're barely going to make it through the news summary and all the additional stuff we want to talk about, and a couple get deferred until next time. I will say thanks to everybody for coming to this week in Absurdistan. Stay tuned for the Boom Report with Genesis Man and Yenny today, and Slava Ukraini, Smokey.
Well, pleasure as always, and it does seem like the time always goes by real fast, and it always seems like we've got more stuff we want to talk about. But once again, we did it again, and I look forward to seeing you later on this weekend. Slava Ukraini. Okay, somebody else talk now.
Hear him, Slava. Sorry, I was trying
Yeah,
to.
hear 'em Slava, Smokey. See the hooks in operation. Bye bye, Will. Hope you come back, mate. And good morning, everyone. Bit of a show with me and Yanni this morning. People come up and have a chat. We've got stuff to talk about. Yanni, when you come up, where are you? Oh, yeah, I'm in the hot seat now. Oh, that's good stuff. Well done, Prince. Thank you, sweet. So, have we got the link to Mr. Zelensky, or President Zelensky's speech yesterday at Davos? Because I'm telling you, people, he laid waste to a few of the Europeans yesterday, and I'm more than happy about that. Let's put it that way.
Here's my question: were you awake 3 hours ago and hear them talk about it?
No.
No. Well, then somebody else wasn't awake 3 hours and didn't hear them talk about it. So, not a bad thing to talk about. That's my theory.
All right, excellent. And where's Yenny gone? Have you got your request yet, Yenny? I can't see you coming up. Just said
Oh,
Will's.
I'm up. I I'm waiting for my co-host.
Okay,
I've
I'm
sent
sure
I've
that.
sent it. I've sent it. I'll fix it.
Yeah. So I don't know if people are aware, but Davos yesterday, President Zelensky gave his speech after all the other silliness that was going on with the orange turd, and he actually gave Europe one hell of a kick up the arse, um, and still managed to meander, or not meander, um, weave his way through the idiocy of the Trump administration by still agreeing that he needs us, America, with help with this, that, and the other, but basically telling Europe to stand on its own 2 feet. And by the looks of things that happened afterwards, I think it might have been working because France has boarded one of the Shadow Fleet tankers, which I'm extremely pleased about. Anybody see that?
I have the Grinch. It's named the Grinch, Genesis Man.
Ah, well, in that apt, and I think us Brits helped a little bit. I don't know. We might have flown the helicopters out there for the French boys, but I'm more than pleased. So that's Italy have done it now. Um, Germany have done it. The French have done it. So I think it's about time the
Well,
old English got
well,
off their
going
asses and
going
did it.
right going right back to 2019, you'd have to say Poland's done it, Estonia's done it, Finland's done it, Sweden's done it, France has done it, and Italy. I guess I've done it. Sorry, even Georgia. Do you remember Georgia popped one about 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, they nicked one. Did they actually board it, or did they let it go again? I can't remember.
I don't know. I'll have to follow. I'll follow up and see if I can find what happened to that Georgian vessel, but it was definitely arrested.
Excellent news, and I know definitely the Germans have stopped them going in the Baltic. So things are slowly but surely starting to change, and that always seems to be the way with the European countries, doesn't it? We don't get on board that quick, and we're good at shouting stuff, but we're not good at doing stuff, which is bloody annoying to me. I think we ought to need to put our big boy pants on, and go and just board them and stick them in the nearest um, estuary, or what am I looking for? Port, and just arrest them and tell Putin, yeah, you got to pay you got to pay $1 million to get your boat, mate, because it's we're having it, and that's the end of that. Yenny, how's it going? Have you got your co-host yet?
No. It's
Ah,
so
dear,
fun.
it's
I
going to
got
be
it
one of those
now.
mornings, girl. Huh?
I got it now, so I'm not gonna close my mic yet. Um, I feel like Europe is kind of like Heinz ketchup from the old glass bottle. Remember? Like nothing, 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 and then boom, everything at once. And that's kind of how I see it. It's like, now, yeah, we are going to, start um sending aid to Ukraine, and then it trickles, and then it's like all in. Same thing with reamping our military. Slow, 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 slow. And now, like, Poland's like shopping like it's a fire sale, just going like, yeah, we'll take 10 of those, we'll take 100 of those, and just shopping like crazy. And then, and I think Germany has been careful because we know what happened last two times that Germany really ramped up their military. It did not end very well for the world, but and now everybody's like poking it. Come on, we know you've done it twice in the past. Come on, you can do this. And I actually have a really funny meme about that, where Jeremy's like, I'm just writing this down for future reference. So you want me to strengthen my military, go through Poland, and maybe fight Russia? Because last time we did that, you didn't like it. It is funny. Um, but we seem to be really slow. And also, I think it's like nobody wants to be the first one to take over a Russian vessel. You really don't know what happens. And then once one person does it and nothing really happens, it becomes a free for all. And I think we're going to see a lot more vessels being taken in and not getting to port anymore, which makes me really happy. Thank you, Prince. It worked on the third device.
Well, welcome up, Yenny. Nice to see you in the co-seat. Yeah, so even President Zelensky had a pop at Germany yesterday about tourists, which I thought was brilliant. He said, "Yeah, we sort of want tourists. We can have tourists, but we're not getting tourists. Are we getting tourists?" And he left it hanging in the air, which I thought was brilliant. I would strongly recommend anybody listening at this space to go and listen to the whole speech. It's on YouTube somewhere. I'll see if we can find the link and get it posted. But there's some really choice words in there, and I thought it was just brilliant statesmanship. I always think he's a brilliant narrator and speaker, and you should just listen to him. Yes, Prince.
I am going to find the tweet with the purple pill attached to it from the genocide segment earlier today. There will be a link in there to President Zelensky's. There will be a link in there to Mark Carney's. Those two were so pivotal and so key. And we talked about them on the genocide segment also. So also, Nancy always puts together these freaking amazing threads for the genocide segment. And so yeah, you'll be able to find those, the YouTube videos for those, I think, and the transcripts for those all in the purple pill of the genocide segment, which I will post into the nest here in a minute or two after I find it. Oh, and the Spotify episodes in there too.
Excellent. Thank you, Sweet. So you can listen to what was talked about and the speeches as well, people, which will be brilliant news. So how cold is it, Yenny, in your part of the world at the moment? Because it's chuffing cold in Ukraine at the moment.
You know, we get the same heat that you guys do. The now the the Gulf Stream, it goes past the Nordics. So at the moment, even though I'm really far north, it's only -4, which is actually quite warm. I'm supposed to have a lot colder temperatures now. In the northern part of Sweden, it is colder, but here it's not very cold. It has been a very warm winter for us. Oh, oh, my alarm wants me to wake up. Fun fact, I woke up like 8:51 or 7:51 Sweden time. Um, that was not my
But
intention.
precedent is for mockers. You can go maybe the first hour of a show before you actually wake up.
Yeah. Um, no, but so it's unseasonably warm for Sweden. I'm supposed to have temperatures of the same temperatures we see in Ukraine, and I have thought so much about this. So, like when I was living up in the north, my sweet spot was actually between -10 and -15. I love those temperatures. Here it's a little bit more humid, so it's a little bit too cold to be out in -15. But if you dress correctly, you can. Used to be outside for hours in between -10 and -15 because we would do winter camping by the ski slopes, and my kids were skiing. I never learned alpine skiing, so I never did, but I was watching my kids come down the slopes as tiny little cannonballs because kids love speed, and then they crouch down. They don't have the wind to stop them. Like there's very little wind resistance on those little things when they come shooting down the mountain. And it looks really funny. But if you have the proper clothing for this kind of weather, it's really not that bad. And people think that I'm weird when I say that, but it's true. And also, I went inside after a couple of hours, between 2 and 4 hours. I would go back inside where it's, 20, 25 degrees. And so I would get properly warm. And I have been in situations where I was without power in -15, -20, and your home gets cold really fast. And but we also knew this was temporary. This will come back within 24 hours. The power will come back. And back then we also had a fireplace. And so I'm looking at this situation thinking of when I was living up north with my kids and not having power for weeks or having power for like an hour or two every other day. And Maya, I am so impressed by the resilience of the Ukrainians because I don't know how I would have made it. You know, it's so impressive. It's mind blowing because it's not easy dealing with a cold and not have a warm place to escape to. And at these temperatures, it's really important that you do the layers. If you know you're going to be moving around a lot, you take off layers. And then once you stop moving, you put layers back on because you in these temperatures you don't want to be sweating because if you start sweating the sweat will start freezing and this is when hypothermia kicks in and you don't want that because of the yeah you don't want to be wet and cold, you just want to be cold. And so you take off. This is why when you see videos of soldiers and they do their winter exercise and they're outside in these temperatures and they're skiing to go do whatever, it looks like they're not wearing a lot of clothing, and they're not. They're probably wearing only maybe 2 or 3 layers, which means they have the thermals, and then they have like a thin top of that, and then they have the wind the windbreakers so that the wind doesn't kill them. But that is because they're moving whatever they need to have with them, their equipment, their food, everything, on little sleds behind them when they're skiing. And that is a very hard workout. And you will start sweating if you have too much clothes on. And in -20 in a tent, it's a fucking bitch to get that thing dry again. And so you don't want to be sweating. And it's the same for the Ukrainians. Also, you need to eat warm food to warm you up from the inside. I don't know how many people have been outside for a very long time in the cold, but when you start getting cold, the important points to keep warm in this kind of weather is head, hands, and feet. The feet is the vital part. You don't want to get wet and cold. You don't want to get your feet wet and cold. That is like a death sentence. And that is because if the body starts getting cold, it will shut off the blood flow to the extremities. It will keep as much of the blood flow to the torso and the head. And that's when you know hypothermia is setting in. It's when your hands get cold and you start feeling the cold creep up your arm. And so proper clothes on your feet, you want to have really good socks and you want to have really good shoes and you want to have really good gloves and you want to have a hat on your head so the heat doesn't escape. And one of those ski masks over your face so that you don't expose too much of your face. That's my PSA for today. Back to you, Genesis Man.
Thank you, Jenny. Now, also, those that go firefighting, you need to wear a one-piece suit under your firefighting tunic and leggings because it's the sweat that actually burns you. So if you allow the sweat to form underneath your skin and it's not taken away, the radiated heat will actually burn you. So, Harley, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Wear anything made from wool. That's a good material. Always prefer that to all this synthetic thin suet and what's that? That is crap. Wool rules.
Thank you, sir. Now, the reason I started on the how cold it was is because I wanted to bring to everyone's attention the amount of support that Ukraine has got over the last few days in terms of generators. So the Netherlands leads new sector support for Ukraine's energy sector with a 26.7 million for gas purchases, urgent power plant repairs, and critical equipment like generators and cables. Total Dutch energy aid to date for 2026 is 154 million. Well done, the Netherlands. Italy has delivered 39 industrial boilers with a total of 78 units planned to stabilise the heating systems. Ireland, for God's sake, 29 million to you to support Ukraine's energy fund, and Azerbaijan, Slovakia, and Czechia are sending generators, transformers, cables, and medical equipment. So that's going to prop up the electrical supply in Ukraine, and I do believe that most of the electrical stuff and water supplies have been reconnected. Is it? Do you think that's the case, Jenny?
I do. I haven't seen anything officially come out of Sweden, but I do know that there are two charities for Ukraine here in Sweden that are putting together packages. One should be on the way, and the other one is fundraising in Sweden to cover, gasoline and food costs for the drivers. And we're talking several lorries, semi trucks full of generators, EcoFlows, and other equipment that will help them deal with the cold, as far as I could see when I was looking at the pictures coming out of there. Because I have good friends on Twitter who knows what a scatterbrain I am, and they send me posts about what the NGOs in Sweden are doing. But yeah, so there's more stuff coming as soon as they can. And these are things that are critical Russia's being when they're being dicks. And they are massive dickheads right now. That's all I can say. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now in Kurgan, Russia, unfortunately, they'd have a massive warehouse fire, and there's two videos actually in the nest, and the second one is rather interesting because it is pumping out some serious smoke there. Now, if I was firefighting that, I'd be slightly worried because it doesn't seem like we understand what we're doing and how to vent a fire and tackle it. But to me, it doesn't look like it's being tackled at all. It's just being allowed to burn out, which seems to be the case at the moment because all their firefighters are in a different country on a front line, not firefighting, which is really good for them. So hang on, that's that one. Right. And also, it seems there was remember the attack on the Valana port, Taman, Crimea Wind? So they think at least reported that 4 storage tanks were destroyed. So there's some photographic evidence in the nest around that, which is really good. There are still loads of tanks left, so my expectation is that they'll return to that and give it a good whacking. I don't know if Will wants to comment on that, but that's a really good result actually. Right, cracking on.
Was that the big ammo depot that Ukraine blew up?
No,
That
no, that was the hang on. Oh, hang on, I'm on the wrong post now. So there was a attack on Volna port, Tamin, Crimea Wind. So they've attacked it a few weeks ago, and they were just doing some photographic evidence to see what they'd destroyed. So they destroyed 4 storage tanks. There's still 2, 4, 6, 8. There's still 10 more tanks to go there. So I think they're going to go back and get another go at that. All right, you sit there. Being visited, sorry. um, but the other thing I wanted to bring up was the city of Penza last night. There's obviously they've got a fuel depot there as well, and that's actually that is a massive fireball in that one. So that's like, I don't know, 100, 200 meters tall. That's in the nest as well. So there's loads of damage there as well. So some booms at last. And the other one,
oh,
yeah, sorry,
it,
there's go on.
oh, go on.
Oh, I keep speaking to us. So I'm being visited, people. So Otis has decided that it's time to play ball at 7:30 in the morning, and I'm chatting, and he's not happy about it. But anyway, so the last one, there's actually a house fire, which we can talk about in a minute. Did you want to talk about those two that I've just spoken about first?
No, I was just gonna say it seems like Ukraine has been busy. I love that they're hitting these things because it does diminish Russia's capability of hitting them. Yeah, tell me about the house fires.
So this is just a normal house fire. Well, I say normal. It's not actually because it's all again. There's loads of fire engines, but not a lot of firefighting going on. And I did make mention the other day that because of the temperature in Russia at the moment, if you don't keep the water flowing in those hoses or get it out and sort things out rather quickly, you're going to ice up the couplings. And what happens then is you can't actually attach the hoses to anything. So I think that they're having a bad time putting this out due to the low temperatures and the fact that it's a rapid. They do have high fire loading in most of their properties over there. So what I mean by that is once it actually catches fire, it you have very little time in putting it out. And it's in the Nest, Moscow region. This evening, a two-story private house is on fire in. Oh, I'm not going to be able to say that. Liberty. The house is located in the green zone residential. Community firefighters are working on the scene. So, well, community firefighters in my world means retained firefighters. Not that I'm saying they're any worse or any better. There's good and bad and everything. And of course, nobody knows why the fire started. Well, I do. It's because people. There's only three reasons that fire starts, and that's people, people, and people. There you go. But yeah, it's quite a good job, that one.
Okay, so I have a question for Will because you're the one that has actually lived in Russia. In Sweden in the 60s and 70s, we had this thing called the Million Project. They were going to build 1 million homes for people because apparently we had like a boom. I don't know. And it looks like a mini Soviet style part of town. Um, High rises, not as high as in the in Russia and Ukraine. We tend to stop after 10 floors or something, but you still had that. But they made every apartment in these buildings into a fire cell, which means if a fire breaks out and they don't open their front door, um, they close it again after they leave. The odds of that fire actually spreading to another apartment is actually quite slim. And that was built that way intentionally. Did they do the same in Russia? Well, because I'm curious, or was that like a Swedish thing that we did and Russia
No,
did
no.
their own thing?
In a manner of speaking, that's how your basic Khrushchevsky or Brezhnevsky would be built. But they don't do the level of finishing that they would in for all penetrations and just general finishing of the concrete or the brick walls between them. It's also still important to have a bit of insulation in there and to not have fire what do they call it, not accelerant but stuff that feeds a fire, fire sustaining materials in there as finishing building products. So standards are poor, but the basic design is to build them like cells that shouldn't transmit. But you often see apartments in Russian neighborhoods where an apartment has burnt out and the soot and smoke from the house fires up the side of the building, but no other apartments have been burned in that fire. It's typical to see those, but a big fire, because they don't. A big fire can either make its own penetrations um, or exploit penetrations that were made in building standards and maintenance. People making unauthorized modifications to apartments is not managed well in Russia at all.
Yeah, that sounds it sounds similar to Sweden, only like where we do the upkeep. And it was really funny. So I'm a city girl. I was born in Stockholm, and by the time I was 6 years old, we moved about 76, 77 kilometers north, and I ended up in Uppsala where I grew up. And I have always lived in apartments my entire life, and you don't have fireplaces in very many apartments in Sweden because we uh, we built those after everybody had electricity and running water inside. And so when I moved up north and I ended up in a house with a fireplace, I never really made fires. I never started a fire. And I remember a discussion with my ex, and he was like, "You don't know how to set up a fire? You can't start a fire." And I was like, "No, it's quite frowned upon to start fires in apartments. I'm so sorry." So that was like kind of a funny thing, but yeah, they do have. So you have like a concrete shell, and then they do insulate because if you don't insulate concrete, when it gets down to -20, your apartment will be really, 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 really cold. And
Yeah, it
oh,
also retains a lot of cold once it's in
yeah,
it.
exactly. So you want to have insulation, and you don't want to walk on concrete floors because that really hurts your joints. Uh, you notice that when you get older, and so you have insulation, and then you have floor, whether it be vinyl or or wood floors. It doesn't really matter. You have something between the concrete and whatever you're walking on. So that part is very different, and they have like a rotation schedule for the upkeep of every apartment, and you can do the improvements before the time is up here in Sweden, or you wait until it's time. You have to pay extra if you choose to do it early because somebody screwed up the apartment before you got in. But they have upkeep, scheduled upkeeps of the apartment. uh Back to you, Genesis man.
Yeah, so Yanni, the theory is it's called compartmentation. So what if you can think of, I don't know, you've got blocks of 6 flats, and if you thought of 6 boxes all on top of each other, built on top of each other, what you're supposed to do is design the building so that if you were to have a fire in any one of those units, you could, with the fire would not break out of that unit for at least an hour. Now, the reason they choose an hour is so that you can make a call to the local fire service, get them out, get them to the place, get them all set up, and then make an entry, and it's called room of origin, and make a entry into the room of origin with firefighting jets and or equipment, and put the fire out, which is really fine. So you could do that. So they make doors that will resist fire for an hour, and that means that's uh, fire and smoke. So no fire will go through it, no smoke will get through it for an hour. So therefore, you can separate it away from the rest of the building and allow firefighters to get in there and do it. Now, if you haven't got the right firefighters that know what they're doing to make an entry and put the fire out, because they're away doing whatever, that's fine. Then they're not going to be able to do it. And B, if you don't get there within an hour, it just burns out of that box and therefore sets fire to the next one and the next one and the next one. If you see what I mean, yeah. So at the moment, they're and also the fire loading within the boxes are only supposed to be of a certain thing. So I think so if you have a hoarder that is just putting so much stuff or fuel into the box, because everything you put in the box that burn is basically fuel, because it will catch fire and it will go to the loading on that particular compartment. And so if you take all these little things away from the system, like Russia has done, then the system breaks down. So when you do get a fire in a compartment block, instead of being able to contain it with firefighters and or the design of the building, because you're not putting in the stuff that we wouldn't put in the West, then you get what's happening in Russia at the moment, which is just total burnouts. So they have a fire in a bedroom, and instead of it being contained to the room of origin, and everybody, yeah, it's a fire, it's bad and all that, but actually you've saved the building. They're not even doing that anymore. They're not saving the buildings. So that's why they're struggling, because the whole system relies on certain things being in the right place at the right time and being used at the right time, and they're just not being able to do it because their whole systems are breaking down, and we see that in all their other industries as well. So, and firefighting just happens to be the one that I know a lot about. So that's why these normal domestic fires, instead of staying to the room of origin, the whole houses are burning down with regularity, and I'm seeing it loads. That's why I brought it up, because it's just happening all over the place. Hope that answered your question.
Yeah. So here's another thing, like because uh, you are the excellent person to talk about this since you are a firefighter. But I don't see the problems in Sweden that I see in Russia, not even in the northern part of Sweden. There are fires happening in Sweden too, obviously. And the fire isn't nice enough to go like, oh, you know what? I see that you're being reckless with candles, but I'm gonna hold off because it's winter. So I'm gonna hold this fire in until the summer when it's easier to fight the fire. And some of the issues that I have seen in Russia, I just never heard of here. Like the couplings freezing. And I'm sure it happens every once in a while, but it's not like a problem that is so frequent that the papers would write about it. And I knew several firefighters up in northern Sweden, and they never mentioned this. This is why it never crossed my mind that this would actually be a problem, but obviously it is a problem. And last, no, 2 years ago now, there was a big fire happening in my neighborhood. I could actually see it from my bedroom. And that fire, it took the firefighters, they actually had to let it burn out for hours, let it burn for hours before they could really shut it down. The thing that I hear about that um, that is talked about here in Sweden is you have to make sure that the fire is properly put out. We've had forest fires that have been out of control. One of the weirdest one was I was living in the north and I could smell the smoke and the fire 800 kilometers away, some 800 kilometers away. That's how big the fire was because it carried, obviously the wind was going in the right direction, but at the same time, I just can't imagine if I could smell smoke and be concerned. I thought there was like a forest fire near me, but it wasn't. It was the fire from 800 kilometers away. That it, I don't remember how many hectares that burned down, and we had firefighters coming in from all of the EU to help fight it. And this was when they brought up the reason why forest fires are so hard is because if the fire goes down into the roots, into the root system, into the earth, you don't see the embers glowing or the fire burning underground. But you still need to put that out because otherwise it just flares up again. Maybe I got that completely wrong, and then Genesis Man cannot correct me. Thank you.
No, 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 no. So, Jenny, you're gonna. So, I take my hat off to the Swedish Fire Service because they are the world leaders in certain firefighting techniques. And there's two things that are important. It's the weight of attack, which means the number of firefighters you initially send and appliances. So you can send the people, but you need to send the right kit as well. There's no point in sending 18 firefighters with no pumps and no jets and hoses, and also the type of equipment that they carry as well. So the stuff I'm seeing in Russia is just after the war stuff. I mean, it's basic. It's just a hose with a nozzle on the end, which just compresses the water. Yeah, it does half a job, but in places like Sweden, they do things like pulsing techniques, and they understand backdraft and flashovers, and they understand how to control those conditions. Even the smoke, so you cool the smoke as you go into a fire in front of you, and then when you get into the fire, you'll actually put it out. But you're absolutely right. So in any domestic property, when you have a fire in there, the number one thing is that you must make sure it's totally extinguished, because if it doesn't, people, if you leave it, walk away, come back an hour later, you'll have the fire back exactly where it was, because you need to dig out. It's called digging out. So once you put the fire out, all the things that were on fire need to be taken out of the room and doused down. And you'll often see that. Firefighters often knock out the front window of a place and then just throw everything out onto the front lawn. They then put something in to, seal the property after they finish, but that's what they do. Now, that's domestic firefighting. And I've got to tell you, Sweden are far and away one of the best firefighting services in the world, second to none. And in fact, you teach people, you have lots of firefighting schools that teach the rest of Europe, especially America and Australia, how to put out domestic fires. And that's brilliant. Now, in forest fires, you're absolutely right. There's two things that are really dangerous. First is what's called crowning. So a fire will go up a tree and it will jump from the top of one tree to the top of another tree. And you can't run as fast as that stuff happens once it's actually going. And you're absolutely right. The second one is what we call underground travel, unseen and underground. So the fire will go into the earth because it will be burning peat and or roots and or this, that, and the other, and it will travel miles underneath, not seen by any other firefighters. And what you need to do, sometimes you'll see the firefighters get in JCBs and dig a ditch. Well, they do that to stop the fire because the fire is actually traveling underneath the earth. And that's one of the reasons why you do it. And that's why. So American firefighters out in uh, their rural firefighting teams are superb, and the Australians are superb. So in Europe, we might think we have forest fires. We don't. The Australians and the Americans have proper forest fires, and they have groups of about 40 people that just go out and dig ditches. That's all they do, just dig ditches. Because once you dig a ditch, you stop the fire, but then you've got to stop it from crowning as well. So these teams are really specialists, and those two countries, America and Australia, lead the way in forest fires. But in terms of domestic fires, Sweden, you are the best, or you have the best firefighting service in the world, bar none. So you should be proud of that.
Oh yeah, I
Right.
grew up in the second worst, the second most skilled firefighters in Montana to the first most in Australia. And
Will,
it's
so
fun. It's funny. We have so many bushfires here in Montana when I was growing up, as well as Australia. Big fires, forest fires, 'cause big forests, and wide open spaces. That it's a real culture you grow up with. Like here in summertime, we were just chatting recently about watching the cricket, and the entire time I've lived in Australia all 35 years. Summer is marked by hanging around in the backyard or wherever with a cold beer, listening to the radio cricket broadcast, even if you're watching it on TV, because the ABC radio is where our fire notification system is. And in summertime, if you're anywhere near the bush, you're basically oftentimes listening to the fire announcements with cricket mixed in.
no, Will, I totally agree. And when I visited Australia a couple of years ago, I actually went up on one of your fire towers that you've got posted here, there, and everywhere. It was by Glass Mountain. Don't know if you know where that is, but anyway, so you've still got a system of lookouts for fires. America does it as well, but you do it as well. Finn, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thanks. One aspect also, because you were talking about leaving fuel for the fire, because we have seen a lot of industrial fires in Russia. So, because I'm an electrician by trade, I see a lot of this happening here in Finland too. That when you go into a facility and do some rewiring or something, you add something to a system. You put in new cables and stuff, and you are supposed to take the old ones out, because if you have lots of old cables, the PVC insulation is of course fuel for the fire. So you are supposed to remove that, and we don't always do it here even. So imagine what that is in Russia, and no wonder they burn quite happily those old factories and refineries and stuff like that. So yeah, something to keep in mind. Take the old stuff out, people. I would.
No, couldn't agree with you more. And also the other thing that the Russians don't do is housekeeping. They don't keep anything clean, and that just adds fuel to the fire. Any sort of litter, so not metal bins, they don't use them. They'll use plastic ones, and they'll overload the bins, and the whole factory will just be a source of fuel for the fire. They don't store stuff rightly, and as we know, they don't do any sort of maintenance. So they don't do health and safety like the West does. Let's put it that way. And we can see that quite clearly in some of the fires they've got. So stuff will just explode when it shouldn't do. And the spread of the rapid spread of fire, that's what you will look for. Yes, fire's going to spread, but it usually takes its time. But you see a rapid spread of fire in most of these factory fires, and Mockles and I have discussed at length. They're not shoe factories or furniture factories. They're drone factories, people. And my expectation is stuff will be stored high and thick and long, and there'll be no separation between any of this. So it just catches fire, like you said. And one of the little things, like Finn, you said, was just something as silly as uh, what's the word you used? God, it's gone out of my stupid head. Anyway, so if you don't get rid of that sort of stuff, that'll just add to the fuel in the fire. Anyway, I think we've spoken enough about fires. What should we talk about now, Yenny?
Have there been a lot of, you know, explosions? Because I have to admit, I was gone all day yesterday and doing stuff in real life. Um, so I kind of missed if there were any like big booms yesterday. Do you know?
No, I couldn't see any big booms. Only those two tank fires that I've already spoken about. So we were talking earlier around how Europe is slowly but surely getting its act together in terms of buying new equipment and this, that, and the other. And just on that, the Royal Air Force in the UK is getting a major radar upgrade for its Typhoons. So RAF pilots will benefit from faster, more accurate tracking and enhanced protection thanks to a 453 million contract with BAE Systems, Leonardo UK, and Parker Aerospace. More than 1,000 jobs. So all the UK Typhoon fleet is getting a new radar. About bloody time too. Um, so we're starting to spend money on that. We're not spending enough. Who's that? Iona. There you go. Did that get you up, Iona? Iwana? Right, sorry. There you go.
I hear that a lot that we're not spending enough and we're not doing enough and everything. And I wonder how true that really is. I can only look at Sweden, so we're spending a lot more on military stuff now than we've had in a long time, which was long overdue. I think only Finland stopped. You know, like they kept seeing Russia as a threat, whereas I know Sweden, we dismantled a lot of our military. And then I hear a lot of criticism, mainly from the other side of the pond, that we're not doing enough and things aren't we're just not doing enough fast enough and everything. And one thing that struck me yesterday is because I was listening late last night to a space about Ukraine and about this, and there was a guy that came up and said that they talked about the Greenland deal that went through. And from my cursory glance at the Greenland deal, Trump got nothing that he didn't already have. So I don't understand what the whole hoopla was. And he's looking like he won the world championship in chess or something. Maybe somebody gave him that trophy and he was really happy. And but we're spending it, we're trying to build up our own military power at the same time as we're building up Ukraine's. And I don't think it's fair to say that we're not um, that just won't happen overnight. And the US has left a big vacuum when it comes to aid to Ukraine. I don't care what anybody says. And we noticed that when they didn't ship the stuff that Europe actually paid for, which pisses me off. And but I don't know if I think it's that fair of a comparison. And a lot of um, not so European friendly Americans keep saying how Europe hasn't paid anything. They virtually paid nothing. The US paid for everything. And they seem to forget what they got for the money. It's not like they got nothing back, that they had no return on their investments, because they did. They now have a forward base. They have like a place to launch attacks into Central Europe and into the Middle East. Without the American bases in Europe, they would not have that platform. And for example, the 12-day war would not have been able to be executed as well as it was if it hadn't been for the UK refueling things. So it seems like they're always looking like they seem to think that they're always alone and they keep forgetting the help that they're getting. Obviously, they have a great return on their investment on the bases here in Europe and in Asia for that matter. Otherwise, they would have closed them down. Nobody keeps, pouring money down a hole that is just draining itself really, really fast. And I want people to understand this. This is why I also harp on the fact that Europe is helping Ukraine in several ways. One, we each country does donations to Ukraine. Sweden, for example, as Will points out, we have put that on our budget. Ukraine is a budget post in our national budget. And that is to secure money for Ukraine, not just this year, not as an emergency. Kind of like war doggos. Oh, I can like tie this in. Oh, good, good. Goodness gracious. For once, my ADHD brain actually works with me. So War Doggo has a proactive fundraising. He does proactive fundraising. What does that mean? You pay now. When you donate now, he has money in an account. So when somebody in the field goes, my night vision goggles just busted. And he was like, no problem. I'll get you a new set. And this is what, when a country puts Ukraine on the budget, we can plan after their needs rather than trying to stop like a bleed that happens that comes and everybody's unprepared and runs around like headless chickens trying to raise the funds so that we can help Ukraine. This is why you put that on the budget. So you have the money when something pops up. And that means that you can help them a lot faster. Then we send money to the EU. Actually, countries send money to the EU. Unlike in NATO, when it's expected that you spend 2% of your GDP on your defense, when it comes to the EU, you actually send money to the EU. And then the EU sends money to Ukraine because the EU has no goods, but they can do the humanitarian aid. They can help build up their infrastructure. They can help with those things that actually requires cash, or they can buy the stuff and send it to Ukraine. And they can get really good deals because the EU is such a big bloc. So when Sweden sends, we have it in our budget and we send money to the EU that also helps Ukraine. So we've already donated money twice. And this is true for pretty much all of the European countries. Then we also took in refugees, which, you know, they need a roof over their head, they need clothes on their bodies, and they need food in their stomachs. And that's a third way that Sweden is spending money on Ukraine. And then to hear that we do nothing, it's kind of a slap in the face because I actually don't know how much all of this costs for Sweden specifically. I have no idea. And if you ask me, I'm perfectly happy. You don't hear me bitching about like, oh my gosh, Sweden has spent so much money. No, this is needed. I don't care. We should do more. And when somebody has asked me in the past, like, have we have done enough? Or they say something stupid, monumentally stupid, like we've done enough. We have spent so much money in Ukraine. And I'm like, is Russia still there? Is Russia still killing civilians? And if the answer is yes to those two questions, we have not done enough. And that means I will pay twice as much for my bread and cheese and whatever groceries. My groceries are like the cost of groceries in Sweden has skyrocketed. Right now, for example, my son only eats one particular cheese, and that cheese on sale right now costs more than it did at a normal cost before the war broke out. And that's a Swedish cheese, so we don't have to import it. There's like no import tax or anything on it. But and I'm happy for this because I'd rather pay a lot more for my groceries and my electricity hasn't really changed. And my rent has, when I moved in, it probably gone up with almost like $200 a month. So my cost of living has increased a lot. since the war broke out. But you don't hear me bitching about it because that means more tax money into the Swedish coffers, and that means we can donate more to Ukraine. Easy, because this is it's important to me. This is why you won't hear me bitching about this. Anyways, rant over. Thank you, Genesis Man. I needed to get that off my chest.
No worries, Iwana. So, a bit of housekeeping first. Prince, could you get Iona up, please? Iwana up. I can't. It's not working for her. Iwana, you you might need to
I tried.
recycle. Dan, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Jenny, I don't take umbrage to that at all. And I think Europe does pay their fair share. I was impressed this last time, when the last couple of weeks, a little country like Moldova, and there was another country somebody mentioned, the smaller countries, and they paid top dollar. And when you think of the things, generators and stuff they got for Ukraine. As far as I'm in America, my government has done shit. I mean, they've done some stuff, but it's some. Um, it's shit. According to our GMP, it sucks. It's disgusting, and I'm not proud of it at all. Yeah, and I do take umbrage when somebody starts doing the whatism. You're not doing this, so why should we do this? Yeah, it's disgusting. I think Europe is doing the best they can, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I'll talk about American armaments production in a second after Finn's had a chat. Yes, Finn.
Yeah. So who cares about the cost of cheese? Isn't like freedom to all people a much more important concept than the cost of cheese or gas? Temporarily raising the cost of cheese, by the way, not forever.
Yeah, totally agree with the pair of you. And the cost of living in the UK has gone up. I don't care about that. Now, talking about weapons production in the US, it has fallen to an all-time low, people. It's one of the things that the Americans are not talking about. So they're not making their own tanks, they're not making their own armored fighting vehicles, they're not making. Oh, so you've been trying to replace the Bradleys, and I think the Bradley is a superb bit of kit. And I would, if I was American, send every single last one that you've got anywhere in any storehouse anywhere to Ukraine right now. But there's no replacement for that either. And it's one of the things that's going slightly under the radar, Yenny, that they're not producing all the stuff that's being produced is being produced in Europe. So Leopard 2
Well, we can
tanks.
make a $500 hammer.
Yes, you're absolutely right, sir. Yeah, absolutely. But they're not producing the stuff that they should be producing, and it's all being done in Europe. And actually, the Americans are starting to look to Europe to start production from certain stuff, which is an unbelievable place for the armaments trade in America to be. Yes, weapons, i.e., Patriot, the missiles, and all that. But now they're even thinking about doing that over there. And I saw the other day, so everybody's going on about the F-35 and what a wonderful bit of kit it is, and it is a good bit of kit. But guess where the wings are made, Yenny?
Where?
Italy. So if you fuck, yeah. So let's get to the nuts of it. If you fuck the Europeans off, America, you'll get shit on with because we bought your debt, and the second thing is your little F-35s that you lord here, there, and everywhere, and it is a really good bit of kit. You won't be able to make it anymore because we'll stop sending the wings to you. Yes,
Try to
Finn.
fly that.
Yeah, so either the American equipment is not made in America, or if it is, the company is usually European owned, according to what I'm hearing. So yeah, good luck with that.
No. Good luck with that. So people, and especially this administration, don't understand how intertwined the whole world is and supply lines and where stuff comes from. So if you start pissing everybody off, which is what they've been doing for the last good God, how long has it been? 100, is it a year yet? It is, isn't it? Coming up to it very shortly. Yes, a couple of days ago, wasn't it? A year of pissing the world off. You're not going to get the things that you thought you were going to get. And quite a few people in America are starting to talk about this now because they're just not replacing the kit that they had. And yes, we want the weapons, but you're not making the infrastructure to support weapons productions and/or new tanks, armored fighting vehicles, stuff like that. So it, it's going downhill rather fast. Anyway, do you know where the numbers are, Yenny?
I do. I do. Hold on, I can send them to you because I just looked at them.
No,
Um,
you can read them if you want, because it'll take me 2 minutes to find them because I'm useless at trying to get in the back channels and this place. I'm all fingers and thumbs. So if you want to start on them, I can look for something else to talk about.
okay, so today's numbers are 1,280 casualties. That's dead, wounded, and missing, and that brings the total up to 1,232,090. Yikes. Um, yeah, anyone with a half a brain would have, fucked off home. 3 tanks. So, they should have found a fourth one. Uh, that brings the total number to 11,599 tanks. Just an FYI, Sweden has about 100 main battle tanks. The rest is like a horde of CV90s. Um, yeah, they lost a lot. Uh, armored combat vehicles. 3 of those they managed to find somewhere, and that brings the total up to 23,946. 33 artillery systems. Where the hell did they get those from? That like I see these high numbers all the time. Which brings the total up to 36,549. And automotive and fuel tanks is plus 140, which brings that total up to 75,556. And one special equipment, which brings the number to 4,050. That's even a nice number. I'm always surprised when I hear the numbers because the total is so huge. And I don't get where they're digging up the shit. They have lost a lot more than, Sweden actually has. But it also reminds me of, like when you buy cheap shit, then you're gonna have to replace it quite often and it dies faster. But if you buy quality stuff, then it doesn't die as fast. It doesn't get killed as fast. Like, for example, the Swedish main battle tank that we sent 10 of to Ukraine, and so far Russia claims to have killed 12. So I don't know what that is all about. Did you want to do the Air Force report, or do you want me to do that one too?
Oh no, if you've got the Air Force report, can you do that as well? That'd be brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, I just need to scroll down a little bit. Here we go. So, on the night of January 23rd, from 8 p.m. on January 22nd, the enemy attacked with 101 Shahed attack UAVs, including jets, Gerber, and drones of other types from the direction of Kursk, Orel, Shatalovo, Milerovo, Primorsko, Akhtarsk, Russia, and Donetsk. The and I don't know what this acronym means. TOT of Ukraine. Oh, territory of Ukraine, perhaps. About 60 of them Shahed. The air attack was repelled by aviation, anti-aircraft missile troops, electronic warfare, and unmanned system units, mobile fire groups of the Defense Forces of Ukraine. According to preliminary data as of 0800, air defense shot down suppressed 76 enemy Shahed, Gerber, and drones of other types. 19 strike UAVs were recorded at 12 locations, and the attack continues. There are several enemy UAVs in the airspace and follow the safety rules. So, that's actually pretty impressive. 100 out of 101, they suppressed 76 of them. Amazing. And this is why you should get on your government and have them help Ukraine a little bit more. There we go. And I talked so long that Iwana came up and left and was dropped down again. That is so sad. I love listening to Iwana. She's actually really, 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 really smart. Everybody should follow her. And now she's back up.
Yeah. Oh, there she
Yeah.
goes.
No.
She's having trouble getting up today, but well done. Oh, she's trying again. Okay, we'll see what happens.
She's the one that has consistent problems. And my working theory as of right now is that Twitter knows that she's really brilliant and she speaks the truth, and they're trying to suppress her voice. So much for freedom of speech on this platform. Anyways,
we'll have to give her some Twitter Viagra.
yeah, I agree. To keep her up. Yeah, I like not having a filter in my brain. I like to be surprised too. When it comes out my that one was great, Dan. I'm gonna go look for some something interesting to talk about. Maybe I can find a Telewo or some
Yeah, I've got a
some
tale of woe here from David D. So, an entire Russian company refused to go to the front. So, let me get this scrolled up, people, and I'll tell you what was said. So, the entire ninth company refused to go. So, this is from a Russian soldier talking to someone. He sent a message to somebody. They were approached by the wives of soldiers from the Ninth Company, 3rd Battalion, 1st Motorized Rifle Division of the Russian Armed Forces. They recorded a video to Nifroro and someone, I can't wait. The soldiers' wives insist on the implementation of the order of the Chief of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces of March 28, 24, that territory-controlled regiments should only be used on the territory of Russian Federation and not involved in assaults in Ukraine. The order to deploy the bars came yesterday, but the soldiers of the Ninth Company reasonably explained to their commander why they refused to undertake an obviously impossible task. We came to the 1st Forest Regiment Academy, and they immediately asked if we would go to bars or not. We said no. They were asked why we wouldn't go there, and they said it's impossible to do it, and it's a long trip, and the sky is not ours. And as soon as you leave, they start flying over you. That will be the drones, the Ukrainian drones. In the end, we refused, and the guys who left before us refused, and everyone who was already there from our company refused. Everyone refused. Then these arseholes came up with such bullshit that if we don't go, then the guys who were supposed to replace won't go to rest either. Well, the guys understood us and just said, fuck it, we're not going. So I'm starting to see this quite a lot all over the place, that Russian companies are refusing to go up to the front. I don't know if you've seen anything like that, Yenny, have you?
and no, I haven't. I have heard mockers mention that there are some companies where, you know, the I guess the commander suffered, you know, an just acute form of suicide where, he was shot like 17 times in different directions. They have killed their commanders, and that is how they have protested in some of the units. I've also heard reports of Russian commanders, people who complain and bitch and, don't want to really be there. They've stripped them down to their underwear and tied them to trees in this weather. It does not take long for hypothermia to set in. So there are going to be a lot of like half naked corpses around Ukraine after this war is over, which, yeah. But at the same time, I'm like, what a horrible thing. And that speaks to the morale of the Russian military that is in Ukraine. They don't really have any, because whatever little morale they have, they get that beaten out of them. And that makes it tough for them to sustain the fight. They don't really have anything to fight for. Um, you know, it's not an existential threat. They're not fighting in Russia, they're fighting in Ukraine. And Ukraine is putting up quite the defense, and they're not being treated like, you know, heroes. So I don't imagine that a lot of Russian foot soldiers are happy about where they are. And I think I'm hoping that we will see a lot more of this kind of mutiny on the Russian side. I would be like waving a white flag. I would, you know, steal the commander's underwear because I'm sure they're big as a house and, have that wave. Although it would probably be shit stained, but, it's kind of white, you know, just
Yeah,
saying.
I'm seeing
But
quite a lot of it, Yenny, up and down the front where people are refusing to go on meat assaults. And of course, like you said, I saw that one as well. I thought it was terrible. They tied these two poor blokes to two trees in nothing but their underwear in this sort of weather. I mean, what, an hour and you're dead in this sort of weather? Absolutely terrible. Just finishing on the point about America not replacing stuff. Zdenka sent me something on the other channel, so just make sure you can still hear me, can you? So retired U.S. Air Force General Breedlove said on battle lines that the US has not been renewing their military gear sufficiently. The B-52 bomber will be 100 years old before it's retired. Oh my lord, that's a bit bad, isn't it? So at least people are starting to talk about it over there. And I go on David D's space quite a lot, and it's one of the things that he does go on about at ad infinitum. It's just ad nauseum rather. He he runs a military museum, and he's saying there is no investment in new kit for the US military. Yes, they've still got loads of kit, and there's two things he says. So the Bradley is the best armored fighting vehicle around, and I totally agree with him. And the Humvee is the best um, vehicle for Ukraine as well, and he keeps sending them over there. But there's no replacements for them, and they've had money in the pipeline to replace them and projects to replace them for years now. Even their Abrams, they've had they want replacing, but they're just not producing them. So there you go. Now I do have a tale of woe, and we're going to go back. I don't know, Yanni, if you could do this to the what was it, Davos, and there was a Ukraine breakfast, and I'll just read a report from Alina Turg, who was listening. And she says the following: listening to Western leaders at the Ukrainian breakfast in Davos left a very bitter aftertaste. You can feel the fear of the US administration in the room, and the fact that almost no one dares to say openly what's obvious. Trump is putting pressure on Ukraine, not on Russia. There are only a few veiled remarks on that from Siorski, and almost nothing from anybody else. Instead, we hear things like the Belgian Prime Minister saying Europe is not at war with Russia, therefore we did not confiscate Russian assets, or Siorski claiming that Europe does not buy Russian energy, which is simply not true. Then comes the self-congratulation about sanctions, about sanctioning the shadow tanker fleet, while in reality they add a few ships to each new package instead of adopting the radical and long-known solutions that could actually change the situation. A special moment of the speech was the so-called special envoy, and that's Witkoff, who said he came only because a friend invited him and couldn't refuse, and that he and Kushner, vile person, are like two volunteers working to end the war in Ukraine. That's a fucking lie. That everything is going great and the result is coming soon, and Putin would agree to everything any moment now. All right, people. Putin will never agree to stop this war, not until he's stopped. And I totally agree with Muckles on this point. He needs to stop. The only real voices of reality came from Ukrainian soldiers in the room. One of them said that Europe should not be surprised when the war comes to its own territory, and that Ukraine is currently holding back over 1 million Russian troops on Europe's borders. In other words, Ukraine is already de facto the defensive shield of the European Union. Yet on stage, European leaders still spoke about Ukraine as something external. Unclear timelines, unclear criteria, fears that Ukraine's accession could destabilize the EU. It feels like people whose house is already being approached by a maniac have locked themselves inside while Ukraine is outside firefighting and fighting and defending their home. But for them, Ukraine is only a sacred sacrifice. something to praise for courage, for surviving winter without heating, for enduring utter terror, but not something they are fully let into their warm, comfortable house. Their house is too safe, too warm, too comfortable, and somewhere out there, two savages, Ukrainians and Russians, are fighting. And maybe it will maybe it will somehow pass by. Maybe it will not reach them. Maybe the maniac is not really coming for their house at all. In the end, everyone praised themselves. Everybody talked about how much they support Ukraine. One congressman said he prays every night. Yeah, well, that's going to help. And the only other question remains: if the support is so extraordinary, why has Ukraine not won yet? The honest conclusion came from Niall Ferguson. Putin does not care about speeches in Davos. Ukraine needs weapons, which is what we've been saying. Sorry, which is what we've been saying, for how long is it now? 4 years. So I think a lot of stuff was talked about at Davos, but not a lot of stuff was done. And I'm not particularly impressed with any of it, to be honest. And the Greenland thing, oh my God, what a just deflection. This is total deflection from the Trump administration every day, in every way, in every shape, because they don't want to talk about the Epstein files because he's all over him and he doesn't like it. So he's doing everything he can to deflect away from that at the moment. What do you think about that, Yanni?
Yeah, and I have said this before, that I don't think it's just um, that he had sex with children in the Epstein files. There has got to be something more horrendous when he's willing to go to war with, or whatever the Russians have on him has got to be a lot worse than that, because we're already suspecting. I don't think it's enough with that it would prove that he is a pedophile, but I don't think that's enough. But he's willing to start war with Europe over what's, in order to keep people from talking about the Epstein files, from demanding that we see what's in the Epstein files. And that is kind of scary. Um, I, I did log into one of the more trusted newspapers here in Sweden, and on the front page it said Denmark was ready to go to war over Greenland. They and Greenland is the biggest part of Denmark. It's very tiny. They're also very capable, and that was actually, I just want to say this. I know that David D has brought this up on his space several times of how many troops Europe has that can do Arctic fighting. And when he talked about it, he forgot to mention two of the countries in NATO that one of them has perfected winter fighting, Arctic warfare, and winter warfare, and that's Finland. I'm not saying that Europe would have won, but I'm saying that the Nordics, um, specifically, we're we probably are better equipped because we make sure that our gear doesn't stop working at really cold temperatures, because it needs to work in all the temperatures that we have in the country. That means -40, -50 maybe. I don't know. I haven't checked in to see what the gear can handle, but we have to be able to depend on our gear actually working if it is -40, -50, because those temperatures are not unusual. They're less common, but it happens. I know I talk a lot about the Finnish Winter War, but that was one of the coldest winters in up until that time in history. And what would have happened if the Finnish military would have ended up like the Russian? Their gear didn't work properly. This is why a lot of Russians died. They froze to death. And we have to make sure that our boys and girls don't freeze to death. That's that's just a thing. You can't. War doesn't stop and go like we'll be back in spring. It doesn't happen. And the fact that Denmark was ready, and I know that they were backed by the Nordics, the rest of the Nordics, and the UK, Germany. I didn't see if France was in on it, but there were a lot of countries that that were willing to send troops to Greenland. And there would have not been any winners. I agree with Daniel Arfire on this. There wouldn't have been any winners. We're too equal in power. And because of that, there would just be a lot of death, which is sad because of one man's folly. Ugh, no, I don't like it. Back to you.
No, me either, Yenny. I've just seen multiple large fires are currently burning at the Penza Neft product oil depot in Penza Ulbras. Remember, I said there was a bomb there earlier. Well, apparently it's caught quite a few of the other tanks, and it's actually 325 miles southeast of Moscow, following the long-range drone attack tonight by Ukraine. So that's an actual big burn. I'll send it to you, Prince. Stick it in the nest for me, please, sweet, and people can see that. But yeah, that's a good one. That is. That's a really nice one. I'll keep looking to see if I can find anything else, Jenny.
Yeah, so here at 5:23 this morning here in Sweden, it says that Russia has confirmed the meeting in Abu Dhabi with Ukraine, where there will be a meeting with Ukraine, Russia, and the US. Is it today that they're going?
I thought they were meeting in Moscow with Whitlock and Krishna and Putin today. Is that not today?
No, it is today, but it's not in Moscow, and I don't blame the Ukrainians for
They
not wanting
met
to
in
go to Moscow.
Moscow yesterday.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, those guys, but so they have confirmed that Russia will be a part of that three-way meeting with um, between Russia, US, and Ukraine, and it will take place in UAE in Abu Dhabi. That's amazing. Nothing will come of it, but it's still amazing.
I was going to say they're all going out there wasting air miles and all that to have a chat about nothing that's not going to happen. So what's the point in that? I would ask, because Ukraine's just not going to capitulate on land, and that's the bottom and top and bottom of it. They're not going to do it. So stop asking, because it's not going to happen.
Oh, Mockers, go ahead.
Hey, I'm just driving, so I apologise if I just go quiet for a second because I'll be manoeuvring. But I wanted to mention something about Zelensky's speech. Did you notice one of the things he did do, and I think he's so clever with this, he praised the US for their, snatching of tankers. And I think, that was something that he's like, look, right, you might not like what he's doing at the minute, but look, he's got the balls to go and grab a tanker and tell him, this is ours now. This is ours. We're gonna take that oil. We're gonna take whatever money and gold was on this ship, and it's ours. Tough shit. Go cry harder. And I think he'd had a word with Macron before, and he told him, this is what I'm going to say in my speech because I'm super pissed off. So why don't you take the opportunity to grab that tanker that's going past your coast right now, and then we've got something to go, look, everybody, look how easy it is. Because I think a lot of that was coordinated, that he was like, we need to start arresting these tankers and just saying, oil, products, well, thank you very much, we'll have some of those, yeah. That steel and that gold that's on board there to buy yourself some weapons on the way back, yeah, tough shit, we're having that as well. I honestly think we need to be what's it called, privateering? Piracy, basically, yeah. Get your pirate hat on and just get it done, because we watch these things sail past us, don't we? And they might as well be giving us the middle finger as they do it. And it absolutely takes the piss ever so much, doesn't it? And so I think, super proud of the French there for pulling their finger out and saying, look, we can do it too. So, if we could get the Royal Navy on that, that'd be lovely. Thank you. Have a word. Cheers. That's what I wanted to say. Bye.
No, couldn't agree more, Mockers. Couldn't agree more. And it's about time the Royal Navy did do that, get off their fat asses. I don't know that I think they're on their fat asses. They are watching Russian stuff, but the English Channel, the busiest shipping lane in the world, people, and we could just pop out there and nick a few tankers and put them in the nearest port and say, yeah, right, fine, we're having all that stuff off there. And if you want it, you're going to have to pay for it. We know you ain't going to pay for it, so it's staying there till the end of. I totally agree with you. And I'm really proud of the French as well. And you're probably right, it probably was coordinated. Bit of a show. It's an easy win for Macron on it. So calls him out, and then 10 minutes later he announces, yeah, we've nicked a ship in the English Channel. How about that then? Crack on. Yeah, top work. What do you think about that, Jenny?
I, I think we should all do this. So the French and the English, you have the channel. Make sure that uh, is it? I'm trying to think of what it is that Will says. They should signal what they all the paperwork ahead of time before they enter the waters. And if they don't, stop it. Stop that tanker. Same thing. Sweden and Denmark. We have the perfect place to do this at. It's a 2 kilometer wide gap between the nearest point between Sweden and Denmark. And then you have Norway and Denmark that into Kattegat and Skagerrak and all of those places. That is the inlet into the Baltic Sea. Finland and Estonia, they can shut down the Bay of Finland. Just cut them off. It's not that hard. It really isn't. And then you have Turkey stopping them from entering into the Mediterranean. Now you shut down, so many points. Just take them and then go like, hey, fix the paperwork and you get your little ship back. Or, you have 30 days or whatever, how much notice you want to give them. And then you sell off the stuff, give them the lowest price that you have to give them for the goods and keep the rest and scrap the boat because it's a rust bucket. They're horrible. They're not fit for going on the seas anyway. So, scrap that shit. And you get to keep that money, I think. Maybe you have to pay like a nominal fee for, stealing the entire fucking boat. But those things should not be going back out to the sea. And once you start seeing that happen, things will really change. And, you know, I seem to have an extra spine to give people. So they can take a little bit of my not so afraid. I am really not that afraid of the Russians. I really don't like them. They keep saying Russophobia, but I'm not afraid. I just don't like them. And they can take that and have the set of balls that the European leaders have been missing and still to some extent seem to be missing. It's really awkward. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's you're talking about it in, and I have no problem with the language of stealing, or as Mocker said, privateering. But to be honest, we were talking about it hours ago that there we are returning to the point where it wouldn't surprise me at all if a country were to issue letters of marque for un un sorry stateless vessels anywhere in the world, right? The British used to issue letters of marque, as did the Spanish and everybody, when your navies weren't large enough but wanted to fight over the Caribbean, so they issued letters of marque, and that's how Sir Walter Raleigh and others uh, came to be famous. Um, and, and it isn't even illegal at all to arrest vessels. If you're going to sanction vessels, the best way to do it is the way provided by Poland and Estonia. Starting in 2019, before the war even started, Russia was operating this shadow fleet vessel, shadow fleet. Um, Russia was making large preparations for this war long before the war. Well, one of these vessels that was non-compliant and was picked up by Poland at the time, and their model is exactly how it works, and none of it is illegal. You're not stealing the vessel; you're impounding the vessel until such time as it can be brought up to full standards with the International Maritime Organization rules that Russia and all countries basically have agreed to. So you're not stealing the money from it. If you take it into port and you deem that it is unsafe to leave the oil on board the vessel because your initial inspection suggests that it might be a hazard due to non-certification or whatever unsuitable, whatever reason it doesn't meet some of the IMO regulations. You then could take that oil off the tanker, put it into storage tanks, sell it if you want, and then that money goes into escrow until such time and is released to Russia or it's released to the beneficial owner as and when they have brought the vessel up to standard so that it is ready to leave port. And then when it leaves port, you have to return the money to it, but you can deduct all your expenses, the expenses of doing the inspections of doing the certifications, any maintenance work that's done, rental on the berth that it will be taking up, all in services from the port services that it's required. So, they could rack up quite a bill sitting there doing nothing. And all of that is recoverable cost based on the value of the cargo and the vessel itself. And the history shows us that what Russia does is they do a little legalese for a while, but when they realize the gig is up, they just abandon the vessel, as they did in the case of the one in Poland and the other one in Estonia. The only history we have of this. But all the money then that was in that crude oil gets put into your economy or returned to them. And if they decide to abandon the vessel, as Russia has done in numerous occasions, you get both the scrapped vessel to dispose of and the oil that was on it, and you don't have to return anything under law. So it could be a tidy little earner. The problem is there aren't that many berths in, I don't know, Stockholm Harbor or Kiel or Gdansk or any of the places. You don't have that many berths available to do this. But if you've got 3, 4, 5 berths and you want to put a couple of years worth of legal work into it, fighting a vessel, you could get hundreds of millions of dollars worth of oil revenues and not have to pay any of it back. So it's not privateering, but it could be a tidy little earner, just being bureaucratic and following the rule of law.
Yeah, but Will, they have the right to take them because these are not, any Tom, Dick, and Harry's
Oh, they
tankers.
absolutely have the right to take them because they're
They're all
stateless
they're all
and
sanctioned.
they're sanctioned. That could give them probable cause to take it. But once they get on the vessel, if it doesn't meet all the IMO requirements, you can arrest it, impound it, until such time the crew, the vessel, and all the paperwork and insurance is up to snuff. And usually that would be far more costly for Russia to do than the cost of a single cargo. So they often they have in the past abandoned the vessel only after they bully you a bit in court. But if you hold your ground, you're going to get it could be a tidy little earner.
Like I said, I've been a party to Marine Coast Guard Agency inspections on Russian tankers, and they're woeful. I'll tell you that they are absolutely woeful, and their documentation won't be up to date. I can tell you that with absolute certainty. It never is, never has been, and they just rubbish at it. So none of them are up to the right qualifications. All their BA sets will be below standard, and you could impound them just on that alone, because it's not allowed to set sail in UK waters unless it is deemed safe. So if it's not even deemed safe, they're not going to do it, notwithstanding all the other reasons we've just talked about. And as if by Q, President Zelensky has thanked France. So he says the following: "Thank you, France. Thank you, Emmanuel Macron. This is exactly the kind of resolve needed to ensure that Russian oil no longer finances Russia's war. Russian tankers operating near European shores must be stopped. Sanctions against the entire infrastructure of the Shadow Fleet must be tough. Vessels must be apprehended, and wouldn't it be fair to confiscate and sell the oil carried by those tankers?" Exactly what you were saying, Will, and that's from President Zelensky.
Yeah, that's why I've been advocating this approach for years. As Zelensky also said, that speech was just full of zingers. It's no good having sanctions if you're not going to enforce them. And enforcement of these sanctions is relatively straightforward, well founded in law, and I can't believe it hasn't happened until now.
No, and I think that's the point that Zelensky's been pushing on, isn't it? He says, so the law is the law, people. We all understand the law, and you're just not adhering to it. Now, there has been some movement in other places, which I'm slightly pleased with. So, the European Council and Parliament did a couple of things this week, and it's just done. I'll tell you about the second thing in a minute. But first of all, it said to the USA after his traitorous attack on Greenland, it said, okay, you know that trade deal you got with us, we're going to put it on hold. And that shocked the shit out of the Americans, I've got to say. But this is even better. So listen up to this. The European Parliament has approved the use of the enhanced cooperation procedure to provide Ukraine with a 90 billion EU support loan. The relevant decision gave the EU Council consent to use a special mechanism that allows a group of member states to cooperate without the unanimous support of all EU states. So Hungary, Serbia, you can all fuck off. We're going to do this, and you can just sit there in the corner and twiddle your chuffing thumbs. What do you think about that, Yenny? That's good news.
That is. I'm glad things seem to, but this is like the Heinz effect. Like nothing, nothing, nothing all at once. It, and I'm happy. I want to see more of this.
Like London buses, isn't it? You're absolutely right. Don't see any of them for 20 minutes, and then 6 of them all come along at the same time. But no, so that is was a significant movement by the EU in it, and we do complain, don't we? And quite rightly that things take a long time, and then suddenly you get a couple of decisions like this. So first and foremost, tell the Yanks to do one because we ain't playing. We ain't playing with you, mate. And then the 90 million. Is it 90 million? 90 billion. 90 billion loan to Ukraine, and they absolutely need that money, don't they? To keep the lights on and keep paying everybody. I mean, those electricity workers, I think he was going to give them an enhancement on their pay, and quite rightly, because those blokes, I mean, 2 of them died of exhaustion, Yenny. I fancy dying of exhaustion, for God's sake. I mean, that is just superb work. But he's going to give them an enhanced payments, and so he should, for getting the country's power back on. Oh, I think that's brilliant. But yeah, so this sort of thing just makes it so important that we support Ukraine in any way, shape, or form. So get the money there, get the weapons there, and I would say, because it's me, get the troops there. But that I know that's never going to happen. But that's the sort of support I'm thinking. What do you think?
It's needed, and we've asked for it for a long time. And I guess this is the proof that democracy takes time. It doesn't happen overnight because you and and there is like a way to compare Europe, the EU specifically, to the United States. You have a governing body, a central governing body, but trying to get, is it 29 countries now in the EU? I don't know, 27 or 29. Trying to get them to cooperate, that is like herding drunk geese. It just, everybody goes off in their own direction. And a perfect example of that is Orban, who I can talk to at length about because I really despise the man. Uh, he wasn't even on my radar really before 2022, but since 2022, he has he lives rent free in my head, and I hate him. I really do. And I feel bad for the Hungarian people. So I'm hoping for a real change in that country. But this is part of why it takes so long. It just takes a long time. And it's because it is democracy. Do do I wish it would be faster? Yes. Do I want to revert to authoritarianism? Nope. I prefer to take longer and then have the Heinz bottle effect where a lot of things happen at once. I prefer that to have living in a dictatorship. I really do. I see that we have Iwana up, and I want to go to her before she drops. because I know she's going to have something great to say. So go, Iwana. And either
Does she
she
have her
can't
hands up,
unmute.
Yenny? Yenny?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
brilliant.
here. I'm
Okay, go
here.
ahead, sweet.
Uh, sorry.
Uh,
Yeah, I had some remarks, but I also have some things to do, so that's why I didn't put my hand up. So first of all, the meeting in UAE between the tri-party meeting, usually they discuss prisoner exchange. You have to understand that those meetings are second level. It's not like the first level of diplomacy. I don't think that Lavrov is going or whomever else. So it's a meeting of lower level, and usually they discuss prisoner exchange and other things. It's not about territory. It's not about peace. Maybe, well, the subject will be touched, but just to convey the message to the higher ups, you know. So yeah, these kind of meetings happen quite often. So it's not the first one. We will see what will happen. And yes, indeed, Witkoff and Kushner met with Putin yesterday, and apparently it was at midnight. I don't know, it's symbolic. Are there vampires? I don't know. Putin was a little bit limping. At least that was the comment of others. The second thing I wanted to say about this vote in European Parliament about the new loan to Ukraine, the 90 billion loan. Yes, indeed, they managed to do this under the rule of uh, qualified majority. So it's not unanimity, it's qualified majority, two-thirds of the parliament. So that's why it passed, because Hungary and Slovakia, even if they opposed, and it's not just by country in the parliament, it's by factions, by political affiliation. So even if there are people against, they kind of comfortably reach the qualified majority of two-thirds. So yeah, and I think I wanted to comment on something else, but yeah, I forgot. So thank you, Danny, for giving me the opportunity, and Genesis Man for being there. And yes, about Orban. Yes, I remembered. So Zelensky made quite a bold remark to the victor, saying that he should be put in line or at least disregarded, something like this, slapped on the head. He said, and Orban was very um, upset about this and posted a tweet saying that Zelensky is in a very difficult position and he should behave or something like this. And yeah, not noting that the very difficult position is because Russia, Putin, his body invaded Ukraine and it's a war of aggression. And Russia did that before even to his own country. And I remember he was alive then, and I remember he was very much opposed to Russia invading Hungary. So yeah, his body invaded Ukraine, and Victor now he's giving a lesson on how others should behave while he is behaving like a spineless organism or something. Anyway, back to you.
Iona, before you go, sweet, I know you like talking about Hungary. When are the elections in Hungary? And Orban's due to get his arse spanked, and he, am I right in saying that?
Yeah, less than 80 days. I believe 80 days were yesterday or day before. It's the 12th of April, if I'm not mistaken. In any case, it's in April. So yeah, and the other party, the Tita party led by Peter Magyar, is leading by about 12%. So normally it should be a comfortable victory, and we shall not see more of Orban. But let's not forget that Orban is controlling the media, is pushing a very aggressive propaganda. With the pictures on bus stations, Zelensky being, the one who grifts, and Europe being the bad guys, and so on and so forth. So I'm a little bit uneased about Orban's ability to control the media and to push the propaganda and maybe even influence the counting of the votes. I won't say it will happen. I won't say it happened before, but the prospects for the previous elections were actually very close between the parties, and he won by a comfortable majority, which was quite surprising, and people wondered why it happened. But I think the mobilization will matter this time in Hungary. the mobilization of those who maybe didn't vote before, because numbers matter. There is a very loud minority which appears in social media and talks a lot and makes some waves and so on and so forth. But there is a silent majority, and that happened in Romania too. And this loud majority may be, 25, 30, 35%, seems to be, on the wave, but the silent majority is the one that matters. And I do hope that people in Hungary, in Budapest, in the large city, the educated people, the ones who work and pay the taxes and wish for a better future for their children and integration with Europe, and just finish with all the nonsense that Orban is pushing. I hope that that majority will go to vote in numbers, in large numbers, and that will really change the regime, the leadership in Hungary, and the future of Hungary, because this matters. Because I do believe that Ukraine will win. I do believe Europe will win, and I do believe Hungary will be on the side of history if they continue like this. Anyway, I have things to do, so back to you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you ever so much. Zdenka, go ahead, sweet.
I've just been doing a bit of reading about the forthcoming negotiations, so I thought I'd tell you a little bit about what I read. I missed the first hour of Will's show, so I don't know if he talked about the negotiations overnight in Moscow, but apparently Ushakov, like the main spokesperson for Putin, he said, oh, hang on, where is it? I'm on the wrong page. No. Basically, that they want to stick to the Anchorage plan. Now, when Putin and Trump met in Anchorage, we never found out what their agreement was. So apparently they have a secret agreement between the US and Russia. Oh, here it is. Russian leader's aide, Yuri Ushakov, has said that after talks between Putin and a US delegation, that a lasting peace in Ukraine is impossible without resolving territorial issues under what is described as the Anchorage formula. So they're talking about Donbass, so that's not going to work. Tomorrow's so they're going to be meeting for two days, that's Friday and Saturday in Abu Dhabi, and the Russian delegation is going to be led by a military man. I'm just scrolling through this article. Igor Kostyukov, he's the head of the main directorate of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces. They're also going to have other representatives of the Russian Defense Ministry leadership, and they'll be part of Russia's security working group for the talks in Abu Dhabi. Ukraine is sending a strong team. So Ukraine's team consists of Kirilo Budanov, Serhiy Kyslytsya, David Arkamia, who's also in Vladimir Zelensky's office. He's actually head of his party, which is called the Servant of the People Party, and also Andrei Khnatov. Just one thing I wanted to ask you all about. Apparently this character called Josh Grunbaum attended the talks in Moscow yesterday, and I was wondering who he was, so I just did a quick search.
He's one of the guys that Trump's put on his panel of peace.
Yes, he's on the panel for peace. He's also the Commissioner for Federal Acquisition Services within the General Services Administration. And so then I thought, oh, well, what are they buying from Moscow? So he's an economic diplomat, and he's become more involved in these negotiations with for peace in Ukraine. And he was previously an investment banker and in private equity. And it said that one of the topics for discussion last night was the use of frozen Russian assets to fund the reconstruction of Gaza. So I was just wondering what he was doing there, like what his role would be. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Zdenka, misdirection. So the fact that, I'll just get this out, Will, and then you. So the fact that Budanov's going there, but Bernanov is going. It fills me with great joy because they're not going to get what they wanted. But this is all about the money. Russia's been on about the money from the start, the frozen assets, and I think the agreement in Anchorage was that by hook or by crook, Putin got Trump to agree that he'd get it somehow, and Trump is trying to make good on that promise. Anyway, Will, what do you think?
Get what? The Donbass?
No, he wants the frozen Russian assets in the US released to him. That's what he wants.
Well, he wants both. So he's being a conniving piece of shit. Um, the Anchorage agreement was clearly about Trump deciding that he would give away the entire remaining portion of the Donbass to Putin. That sounded reasonable to him for peace. It's not his to give away. And now that see, this is the problem with going to negotiations with Russia. Ukraine's not party to those negotiations, nor are they party to any outcome from them. And Donald Trump can agree with whatever he wants with Putin. But now Putin is trying to use that as leverage to say, no, we agreed to. So fuck what you agreed with Donald Trump, A. And the second thing is he is trying to be a conniving piece of shit and say, oh, gee, I'd love to join your board of peace. Why don't you take the billion out of the Russian assets that you hold, the sovereign net wealth fund? Well, those aren't his to direct. Those are frozen and to be directed as decided by the the International Court of Justice at some point in time, once reparations are agreed to at the end of this war. Now, so Putin agreeing to that, and this Baumgartner, whatever this kid's name is, this guy's name is, yeah, he's another one of these money real estate guys that Trump wants to involve, a private equity guy, because they're already carving up Ukraine. And note too that this guy being party to this discussion is phenomenally inappropriate because there is no board of peace. The board of peace will not have any jurisdiction over uh, over over Ukraine, and muddling the issues between Gaza and Ukraine is not the way to go forward because Donald Trump believes he's going to replace the UN with a private club that he himself, not President of the United States, Donald Trump will sit in as head of, get to appoint the successorship. Read Beefeater's background on this, or one of the other folks who wrote a background on this. This is a complete sham grift that no one should join. No reputable country should join the board of peace for $1 billion or some other minor amount if you just want to join for a year to prop up Donald Trump's ego as if he's going to replace the UN with something that he defines because because it's more effective. No one needs a board of peace that you're forced at gunpoint or blackmailed into joining, and so it's just phenomenally inappropriate for that guy to even be in Russia. But don't worry, it's not to worry because they were only there 2 hours. They got their marching orders and sent off at midnight, and now they're going to try to go force some piece of crap down Ukraine's throat. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that Europe and everybody needs to stand strong on. That visit was 4 weeks after Ukraine agreed to the 20-point deal. Ukraine, if Russia doesn't formally answer that 20-point deal, all other discussions should be off, and it should be straight into the where's the more weapons coming. And I agree with Zdenka that the meeting in the UAE is going to be the underlings that are normally sent and the GRU guy from the Russians. And unfortunately, they're going to waste the time of Umarov and Budanov. But I'll note that Ukraine consistently sends more important people to these waste of time meetings than Russia does. So let's please work toward minimizing these waste of time meetings. It probably is time for them to meet to agree to another prisoner exchange, but that's the most they will do. All we're going to learn about this session is how many soldiers they've agreed to release, whether or not there will be any civilians to be released. And I'll remind you that almost none of the civilians that are held by Russia kind of as hostages have been released. They should release all the families of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant folks, for instance, so that they're not under coercion. And maybe it is time to have another prisoner exchange meeting, but we don't need to be sending important people from Ukraine's side when there are significantly less important people coming from Russia's side, and it's not going to agree to anything. The only interesting thing will come out of it is the level of insults that are thrown at the delegation from Ukraine's side and how they address Mr. Budinov in his first meeting. Clearly, they're mental and character superior.
Well, can I just say how eloquently and passionately you put that? And so I couldn't agree with you anymore. I think it's absolutely brilliant. And Selenka, thanks for bringing that up. Now, people, you'll have to forgive me. I've been wanting to do this for a little while. Shapster, I do see your hand, and I am more than welcome to bring you up, sir, and listen to what you've got to say. So, Shapster, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, did you want to say more, or are you happy for me to chunter
No.
on?
You can crack straight on. I've got a pretty good idea about what you're going to say. I think we'll cut that discussion off there. I think everybody's in agreement. Will put it so well that it's just a pile of shit. Putin's a twat and Trump's a twat, and let's carry on, shall we? Shapster, what you got to say, sir?
Yeah, well, good morning and good afternoon, evening, wherever you are, and good to see you, Genesis, Jenny, and Prince Will. Yeah, I was late last night talking with David Brookfield, actually, a little bit about the upcoming 17th of February do in the UK in Hungerford. So I've missed a lot of what went on this morning because I was just lying here snoozing while you lot were talking. So, but yeah, I don't like missing stuff, but I did. So yeah, it's not a fundraiser. It's a stuff raiser, I suppose. It's getting stuff out to Ukraine, and it's on the 17th of February at Hungerford, which is sort of mid-south of the UK. And it's going to be at the football club there, which is somewhere we've been before. It's not a bad venue. And the group that are organising this is called Hugs, which is Help Ukraine Group Support. And they've put out a lot of leaflets into the local area, and people bring stuff to the football club on the day. And that stuff is to include a whole list of stuff: medical aid, sanitary and toiletries, clothes and footwear, bedding, electrical and optical stuff, tools, like tools for cars mostly, not so much woodwork stuff, outdoor living things like outdoor clothing and tents, food, which would be tins of stuff and rice. So just to give a little bit of detail into this, and I really wish Silver Lady or M. Brady would come up and do this, because you guys must get bored with my voice. But anyway, the medical kit is the medical stuff is over the counter painkillers. Everything's got to be in date and unopened, but stuff like ibuprofen, cold and flu remedies, and multivitamins, even hemorrhoid cream and suppositories, because I know in the field people can get blocked up and it's bloody miserable. And a lot of that is down to ration packs, I think, which are designed to block you up. Dressings and bandages. Now, the thing with dressings and bandages, they can be out of date, but as long as they're not opened, they are still usable. Burn dressings as well. Athlete's foot sprays, because feet can give big trouble out in the field. I know that for sure. And I'm just, along with AKA Sabra fella, she's approached me and asked if I can get some foot warmers out, and I said yes, I will do that. So because she was going to post them, and I thought, that's crazy, that cost an arm and a leg. So I said to her to try and promote this on, I said that I would match this, and I also got onto a lady who's part of the SHAP group, which is Swindon Humanitarian Aid Partnership, and told her, and she said, okay, I'll match it as well. So we're now going to get 120 pairs of foot warmers out to Ukraine. Where did I get to in my list? Feet, crutches, wheelchairs, mobility aids and stuff, and gym equipment for rehab. Moving on then, sanitary and toiletries, wet wipes, hard soap, unscented anti-chafe, I don't know, lip balm and disposable razors, hair trimmers, nappies, tampons, sanitary stuff, washing powder even. And one of the things I do, I go to a local supermarket and I buy some cheap toothbrushes, and I get quite a few in a that there's 25 pennies for two of these. So I buy 4 packs and a couple of tubes of cheap toothpaste, and it all goes into a shoebox, which very rapidly fills up. I don't go out and get all these at once. I just buy a couple at a time every time I visit the supermarket. And if everybody did that and brought it along, it would be brilliant. They'd have loads. Luckily, where I work, the cabin crew gave me 400 toothbrushes for the last donation day, which was fantastic. Clothes and footwear. Premature baby and children's clothes are needed. Obviously, not in the field, but they are needed out there. Clean hiking boots and shoes and good condition trainers, dark colour fleeces, plain t-shirts, military grade camo kit as well. That's always needed, and I know that from handing my old kit on to Major Victor Spott of the 110th Brigade. Very, very grateful to receive that. And I've just found 2 body armour plates in my garage from my Afghanistan and Iraq and Middle East days, and couldn't wait to get those on the way. And they're moving now. They're actually on their way out there, I believe. Bedding, which needs to be fleece blankets or cellular blankets, which I think are I'm not sure what cellular blankets are, so if anybody knows, tell me. Um, uh, and duvets and pillows, but they've got to be synthetic only, and all clean and unstained. Am I still here? Is everybody able to hear me still?
You're fine,
You
chap.
bet.
So
Yeah.
keep going,
Okay.
sir. Keep going.
Okay. Thanks. Electronics and optics, all in working order, and unlocked, and obviously divorced from the original user, because I believe their iPads and has to be, I don't know, the Apple account has to come off that and stuff. I've got one of the fellas down in the south of England has offered me an iPad and said she will come up and bring it with her. And somebody pointed out, make sure it's completely off the
Yeah,
Apple.
just do a factory reset on it, wipe it, and
It,
so it's
it,
ready for system install.
isn't it more than that, Will? You've got to get it off your Apple account.
Well, yeah, if you totally factory reset it
It
as
will.
if it just came out of the factory, you can then install an operating system on it clean.
Okay, I'll pass that on. Can't remember her name, but Sean somebody. But she's,
Any expert user of those would be able to help do
yeah,
it.
I've told her to seek help and just double check that she's all right with that. But she's got friends in Marlborough, so she said she'd like to visit them and come on up. So it's not just for local people. We've had people come down from the Midlands, which is quite a long way, and bringing carloads of stuff down. If you're in the UK, come along for a couple of days. There's some nice villages around there to visit. It is a nice area. So what else have we got? Head torches, LED torches, batteries as well. They get through a lot of batteries, and I should imagine that'll be critical in this weather. Power banks and
Hey,
charge.
hey, Shasta,
Yeah.
Shasta, just out of curiosity, do they still have all the mineral at the health places at Bath? Because it's halfway to Bath from London.
Uh, y- yeah. What do you mean
Like hot
exactly?
springs and that, don't they?
Hot springs.
Yeah,
Where?
they're still open. Yep, still open. Will, yeah. Why?
I was just curious. I mean, because if I was just looking at a map, and I thought, hell, if I went to that thing in Hungerford, I'd probably just keep driving after that and go find a bed and breakfast in Bath, which used to be,
Oh, I see what
the
you're
place
saying.
to go in Victorian England.
Yeah, see what you're saying. Yeah, there are plenty of places to visit. Um, yeah, it's a lovely area. There are lots of places. Bath, I'm not sure the distance from Bath to Hungerford or Newbury area. I don't think it's that close, but it's certainly a
About
place to visit.
two and a
Looked
Um,
half
like a
hours,
hop,
chapter.
skip, and a jump to an Australian.
sorry, Genesis, what was that?
It's about 2.5 hours. But
Oh, it
Bath
is
is
a
worth visiting, people. For like Will says, the hot springs, but it's a lovely little town.
yeah.
Fully recommend it.
Right, I'm going to move on to the next category, which is tools. Well, imagine you're in your car and you break down, so it's all the stuff like that: tow rope, lights, socket sets, screwdrivers, and whatnot. Tow ropes, tire inflators, and don't talk to me about tire inflators. I blew a tire on a bloody pothole yesterday. I'm really pissed off. However, think of Ukraine. Can you imagine the state of the roads out there? Um, Oh God! I mean the UK roads. I've driven on third world country roads that are better. Um, mechanics gloves. So for handling hot stuff or dirty stuff, I take a load of disposable nitrile gloves with me, which I've liberated from work, and they like those a lot. Duct tape, saws and tenon saws and axes they ask for as well, which is a curious thing. But therefore, using to make camouflage, chop down bits of tree to use for camouflage. So, next category is outdoor living and tents, minimum of two-person tents. They've got to obviously be pretty good tents. Ground sheets, roll mats, sleeping bags, camp beds. Um, what's this? Folding camping chairs, tarpaulins and stuff. Right, and then they mention hot hands, chemical hand warmers, which I'm already talked about. Water purification tabs, thermos flasks, and kitchen towel. Okay, food. The food needs to be not in jars. Glass breaks. I think that's the reason why they don't want it in jars. But rice, pasta, porridge, tinned meat and fish, coffee, tea, energy bars, wraps, sweets, anything like that. Dried fruit, mixed nuts, anything like that. And lastly on the list, but certainly not least, is stuff for animals. We get a lot of people bringing in pet food and stuff like that. But if you've got a deceased pet and you've got a load of medication, they will take it. And they will take that if it's not too far out of date as well. So, and that really concludes the list. And this is, I'll just reiterate where it is. It's in Hungerford at the Town Football Club on the 17th of February. And that's between 9 o'clock in the morning and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sounds a narrow window. It's also midweek, which is a bit weird because I know a Daily fella who doesn't live far and he would like to come to this as well, but he's unable to ever get away, sadly. But Surf Fella has been there and a couple of others. So, yeah, all good. And that's it. Thank you very much for listening to my dulcet tones.
Chapter, thank you, sir, and that's really important. And I would suggest everybody try and support that. And the one thing you forgot, especially in this weather, is tights, ladies' tights.
Oh, yeah. Will mentioned this.
No, it's
Fishnet
brilliant.
stockings the other day. Yes, that is something. And I will try and get them to add that to the list sort of more officially. But yes, I used to wear them in the RAF out in the cold weather. Nothing else, just tights, of course. No, underneath my clothes, really. But so yeah, it's they are very effective, and the thicker ones are the better ones, and not dissimilar to wearing long johns, really, which I wear these days out in the cold. But yes, fishnet ones. Somebody was talking. I don't know, it was Jenny was mentioning about the Swedish Army's secret weapon or something. And they
No, mate, it was mockers. Of course, it
Oh,
was
was it
mockers.
mockers? Oh, right. We
of
had.
course,
I
it
mean,
was.
as a kid, I wore a string vest. I don't wear that sort of stuff now. But yeah, it's all very helpful, and I will try and get that added to the list officially. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, guys.
No worries. Thank you, Shapster. And I think that brings us, Jenny, to the end of the section, does it not? So we'd just like to say thank you, everybody, for listening in and all your contributions. Zdenka, Will, and especially you, Jenny. Thank you, Prince. Don't forget, support the fundraisers, people, and Slava Ukraini.
Here I am, Slava.
Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smrt Wilhelm.
Much love.
And as always, fuck Russia.
Definitely.
Indeed.
Prince, over to
Yep.
you, sweet. Take us away. Sorry, you were just going to come.
I was just gonna say, is that
Sorry.
my cue to say Scarapopotamus? We'll see you tomorrow.
Hippopotamus. Yes, it was. Thank you, sweet.
Thank you for joining us and Volya Radio. We look forward to seeing you again. Your audience. Your audience.